afternoon. Welcome to today's live proceedings of the Senate on this 5th day of October 2021. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon. There are three papers which will be laid on the table of the Senate. One, the report by the Controller of Budget on the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the financial year 2020-2021. The second paper is the annual report of the Kenya Law Reform Commission for the financial year 2020-2021. The other paper which will be laid on the table of the Senate is the breast milk substitutes regulation and control, general regulations, legal notice number 184 of 2021. These papers will be laid on the table of the Senate by the Senate Majority Leader. There will be debates on a number of bills and motions as well. The motion on the adoption of report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulations of 2021 and approval of the Public Finance Management Equalization Fund Administration Regulations of 2021 will resume this afternoon. This motion is by the Chairperson, Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation. Thereafter, the Senators will resume debate on the Disaster Risk Management Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2021. This bill is by Senators Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Sakaja Johnson. Other bills which have been lined up for debate for the second reading are the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Amendment Bill, the Law of Succession Amendment Bill, the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021, the Health Amendment Bill, the County Boundaries Bill, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, the Heritage and Museum Bill, and in the Committee of the Whole House, the Senators will consider the Office of the County Printer Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2021, the Investment Promotion Amendment Bill, as well as the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 25 of 2020. The Senator nominated Sylvia Kasanga moved a motion on fast-tracking cultural development in the counties. The debate on this motion by the Senator had already begun before it was interrupted on 14th of September 2021. So should the Senators dispense off the businesses that precede this particular motion, then they will be able to resume the debate. Another motion which has been lined up for debate is the recognizing and appreciating the elderly by county governments. This motion is by the nominated Senator Rose Nyamunga. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, will also move a motion on the adoption of the third progress report of the Standing Committee on Health on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya and the preliminary findings on the nationwide COVID-19 vaccine rollout. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, will move a motion on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee concerning the impasse on the budgetary estimates for financial year 2020-2021 for Kirinyaga County between the County Executive and the County Assembly. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation, will also move a motion which will be debated in the Senate. If you're just joining us, we are about to hand you over for the live proceedings of the Senate this afternoon. On your screen is the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Margaret Kamar. Enjoy your viewing.
Prayer. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic, with the guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come upon our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Okay.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorables, we have, honorable members, we have papers to be laid on page 574. I call on Commissioner Juriot. Commissioner Jeruyot to lay papers on behalf of the Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. Today, the 5th of October, 2021. 1. Report of the Controller of Budget on the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the financial year 2020-2021. 2. Annual Report of the Kenya Law Reform Commission for the financial year 2020-2021. 3. The Breast Milk Substitutes Regulation and Control, General Regulations, Legal Notice number 184 of 2021. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Senator Commissioner. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Honorable members, we have 2 statements which were processed on time 3 hours before today, before the sitting, but I don't see Senator Bishiro Halake yet. Also, I don't see Senator Samson Cherarke. So I will defer those for the moment and move to the next order. Honorable Senators, I would like to rearrange the order paper for the convenience of the House when it comes to divisions. I'll be waiting on the whips to alert us when we can deal with order number 8, order number 9, order number 10. So we shall move to the next order.
Order number 11, the Law of Succession Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2021, resumption of debate.
Honorable Senators, this bill had been moved, seconded, and the debate had started. Dr. Irungu Kangata had started contribution. I don't see him here, so I will allow any other member who would like to speak to that bill on the law of succession. But before that, I see a point of order from Senator Aniri.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, under the provisions of our standing order, and that is standing order number 35 and 36, I would like to bring it to your attention, although you've said you're waiting for the whips to advise you on what time we take the vote, but I want to bring it to attention that we have no quorum as it stands. It will be very difficult to transact business with the thin numbers that I can see here. So we would like to hear your ruling on this, Madam Speaker.
Clerk, please confirm. Confirmed. Okay, Honorable Senators, it's confirmed that we have 10 members. I can see another member coming in. So there is no quorum because our quorum is 15. I would therefore like to order that the bell be rung for 10 minutes or as soon as we attain the 15. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we have 5 on Zoom, and we have 12 members inside, so the quorum is attained. Thank you very much. Honorable members, is order number 11, the Law of Succession Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2021. Any member wishing to contribute to that? Senator Jeruyot?
No, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that one of the members you were looking for earlier, who had a statement listed on the order paper, has come in. So probably,
Yeah,
as you rearrange the order paper.
Yeah, we shall go back. We shall go back to that. We wanted to complete this one.
Thank you.
If there is still any member interested in debating the law of succession, if not, the law of succession? Okay, thank you, members. I think that brings that debate on the law of succession to an end, and we'll request the mover to reply. Again, the mover is not here, so we will wait for the convenience of the House at a later time. The public-private partnership, sorry, it's the next order.
Order number 12, the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2021, second reading.
Leader of majority?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2021, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, Just a rundown on the bill itself. The object of the bill is to prescribe the procedures for the participation of private sector in financing, construction, development, operation, or maintenance of infrastructure or development projects through public-private participation. 2, harmonize the institutional framework for implementation of public-private partnerships. 3, give effect to Article 227 of the Constitution, which provides for the framework for the procurement of public goods and services. 4, streamline and rationalize the regulatory implementation and monitoring mandates of relevant agencies. And Madam Speaker, 5 is to provide for a transparent project selection process and clear procurement procedures in order to promote private sector investment. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to enhance efficiency in the regulatory process of engagement of private parties and the manner in which public-private partnerships are conducted so as to ensure the provision of high-quality facilities and services. Further, the bill provides a comprehensive framework for the implementation of the public-private partnership and addresses the gaps in existing legal frameworks. Madam Speaker, honorable senators, various aspects of the public-private partnerships have been elaborated in the bill itself, including and not limited to establishment of the Public-Private Partnership Committee, its composition, its functions and powers, further the establishment of the Directorate of Public-Private Partnerships, its staff, structure and powers, and the appointment of the Director General. Also, Madam Speaker, in the bill is a prescription for the manner in which public-private partnerships are undertaken, including the manner in which parties enter into and execute project agreements. Furthermore, what is in the bill is a process of project identification and prioritization by the contracting authority, including the constitution of a project implementation team to oversee the implementation phase of the project. And fourthly, the procurement methods are also spoken about. The procurement methods for public-private partnerships, including and not limited to direct procurement, privately initiated proposals, and competitive bidding, provision for the application procedures during the pre-qualifications of bidders, and provision for the establishment of pre-qualification committees by a contracting authority for this purpose. Madam Speaker, also in the bill is about the conduct of public-private partnership projects by county governments, provisions for project agreements by the county government, the approval of public-private partnerships, projects by county assemblies, and the preparation and submission of county project lists. Madam Speaker, also the financial provisions and provision for the establishment of a public-private partnership project facilitation fund and the application of monies received into the fund. And then also, finally, miscellaneous provisions, Madam Speaker, of the Act, including provision on local content, offenses and penalties, a provision on the participation of state officers and the public officers in public-private partnership projects, the inspection of public-private partnerships, partnership premises by contracting authorities and the directorate. Madam Speaker, honorable senators, the bill will also be a useful tool in providing a legal framework for tapping the private sector into the development of our nation. Further, Madam Speaker, the bill will ensure for transparency and openness in matters of procurement relating to public-private partnerships. Notably, the bill will cure the various challenges faced in public-private partnerships, in our country, including limited recourse financing, fairness in public-private partnership process, and lack of mitigation measures for the risk involved in carrying out some projects. I, Madam Speaker, encourage that members look at the bill. It has got very far-reaching recommendations, Madam Speaker, and it actually cures the usual problems or fears that we have when we want to enter into government projects for those who want to invest with governments, both national and the county governments. And so, Madam Speaker, let me urge the members, let me ask members to consider very urgently and very deeply the decisions that have to be made to ensure that we've already seen the advantages, Madam Speaker, of PPPs, but now we're putting the law in place. We're putting the cautions and the precautions to make sure that nothing can go wrong, to make sure that the fears are removed. And there are many people who would want to know if it is safe to invest with government, if it is safe to have this kind of joint participation in investment. And now there is protection, there is a legal process, there is provision in the bidding, making it very open, making it very reliable, so that we can all participate in building big partnerships. It also encourages members of this House to look very favorably, Madam Speaker, at the possibility that a citizen, a Kenyan citizen, can actually enter into and bring businesses that are bigger nature to this country through the PPPs. And there's nothing that really prevents them from dreaming or thinking bigger about how to bring big projects and fundings to the country in order to be able to make provisions for public-private partnerships. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a very straightforward bill. In my view, it has created an opportunity for us to see mega projects, like the ones we see now in the country, the roads that we see being built, the dams, the toll roads, and things like that. Those are very good. We can take that into any sector now and be able to leave the public and business that is available to our people to think bigger, to reach out more and bring out more funding and more private involvement in these ventures. So with those very few remarks, Madam Speaker, I'd like to encourage a debate on this matter, but also that we might begin to see how to improve the sector and enabling us to create an opportunity for us as members of the public and private. Madam Speaker, already the government has appointed the directorate, and there is already a director general. There's already some staff that are there. There is an office that functions on these matters, and this have had already an opportunity to meet with our finance committee, and they have already stashed out the bill, and they have looked at the bill, and the recommendations from the bill will come from the committee. And I do believe that the committee will then take us deeper into the discussions on this matter. But we, on our side, Madam Speaker, on this side, as a person moving this bill, I want to recommend to this Senate the bill and ask, and I don't know if I'm going to be ambushing my colleague. Are you to second? This is a very straightforward matter. It's a matter of saying yes to the PPP, which we are already practicing, but now under a strict, structured manner. And Madam Speaker, for the purpose, and I repeat this, that for the country to gain from public-private partnership, as well as to promote openness and transparency in public-private partnerships. This is the chance. This is our law. This has already been passed through the other house and is here for us, which is, I think, in the heart of good governance, Madam Speaker. And so with these few remarks, let me move and ask Senator Orengo to second this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Orengo.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank the Majority Leader for moving this bill. And as he has indicated, is a bill whose time has come. And I think always when one wants to know the purpose and the object of the bill.
Yeah, and let me inform, sorry to interrupt you, but I would like to ask those who are handling our microphone to check, because when members press, the lights go on before they're even given the microphones. I've seen 2 members who have tried and their microphones are going on.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I second the bill, and I think as the mover indicated that this is a bill public-private partnerships are very important now. And we live in an age where governments cannot be able to do everything. They cannot be able to raise capital. And the participation of the private sector and other entities is very crucial as we trying to build economies that can compete with the growing economies in the world, particularly now in the field of infrastructure, to catch up with countries that moved ahead and took advantages of economies of scale or dominance as the world was divided into 2 entities, the developed world and the developing world. We cannot be able all the time as governments to construct or develop needed infrastructure. So I think this is important that we create a legal framework, because also without a legal framework, it is very difficult for these projects to be undertaken. And now that we have a constitution that talks about procurement and how this procurement should be undertaken, and procurement in relating to public-private partnerships, that legal framework is not clear, even if one had to read the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Madam Speaker, on my part, the only worry that we continue to have in public-private partnerships is that if they're not well managed, if there's no regulatory or legal framework, they can be a source for seeking rent and governments overpricing its activities with connections with the entities which enter into contracts with the public or with governments. And therefore, in this regard, this framework is going to enable even Parliament to play its role, because judging entities or performance of governments without a legal framework is never so easy. You know, for the moment, there are so many huge projects that are taking place infrastructure projects, but they can never be enough. And I'm sure that without public-private partnerships, undertaking a project like the Nairobi Expressway would have been extremely difficult. We are aware that there's also an attempt to build an express way or a huge transport corridor between Nakuru and Nairobi, and probably eventually to Kisumu, Kericho, and the border in Malaba. The highway to Mombasa is in serious need of development and expansion. And with a limited budget, all these projects are going to be difficult to be undertaken. There is also the need to have a connection between the international airport, Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, with the city. And these are some areas I'm just indicating that under a framework of public-private partnerships, the country can move at a better pace with its neighbors. And it is important, Madam Speaker, for Nairobi, or rather Kenya, to take advantage of its location. And what we have at the moment is Nairobi is easily the hub in the region, but it can be overtaken by Dar es Salaam, by Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is a competitor. Joburg is a competitor. But all things said and done, Nairobi and Kenya has got a greater potential to be the hub. And it cannot be if the question of the of infrastructure is not addressed and developed to international standards. And therefore, Madam Speaker, on my part, I commend this bill, and that the fact that it has gone through the National Assembly, it has gone through relevant committees. Its time is due, and I second, Madam Speaker. With those remarks, I do second.
Thank you. Take your seats. Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2021 be read a second time. Senator Wambua Enokio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to weigh in on this very important bill. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the National Assembly for debating and passing the Public-Private Partnerships Bill, National Bill number 6 of 2021, and also taking this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the leadership of the Senate for introducing this bill for debate in this chamber. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by saying that it's very encouraging to see that at such a time as this, we are now debating a mechanism to give effect to Article 227. Article 227 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, speaks to procurement of public goods and services, an area that has for many years suffered a lot of abuse. Madam Speaker, in that supreme law, in the Article 227, the drafters of the Constitution are envisaging a situation where in the procurement of public goods and services, the procuring entities will go for a system that ensures fairness, equity, competitiveness, and a cost-effective system. Madam Speaker, truth be told, that a lot of these procurement entities in this country have not lived to the expectations and the provisions of that Article 227. And Madam Speaker, I am encouraged because that in bringing a legal framework to give effect to this article, one of the things that we do is to create a conducive environment for the private sector to flourish. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that in this country and in any other country, economic growth cannot be attained without a vibrant and solid private sector. And when the private sector joins hands with public entities to undertake development projects, two important things happen, Madam Speaker. One, it gives these private sector players an opportunity to access easy and affordable credit to be able to roll out major projects. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, it also creates an environment within which a lot of jobs are created and ground is made good for the flourishing of the private sector in all areas of development. Madam Speaker, I say this knowing very well that I personally sat in the Senate Special Committee that looked into the issues of the managed equipment scheme, which was initiated as a PPP, but then it moved from a PPP to MES, which eventually became a bit messy. Madam Speaker, maybe if we had a law to safeguard our PPPs, perhaps, Madam Speaker, we would not have gotten ourselves to the place where we found ourselves. Madam Speaker, when I talk about creating this conducive environment for the flourishing of private sector, I am looking at areas like access to affordable credit. I'm looking at the government creating political stability to build confidence among private sector players. I'm talking about access to reliable source or sources of energy to power industry. And we know that we have a challenge there, right there, in terms of the reliable source and affordable source of energy to power industry. But Madam Speaker, all in all, I am in support of this bill, and it is my hope that the Senate will pass it, and once it is passed, then initiatives that are started as PPP will end up as PPP and not end up as other initiatives that change course midway to serve other interests that are not a public interest. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Thank you. Senator Ali Abdullah Ibrahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, public-private partnerships are supposed to be good usually, but there's a lot of problems, especially in our region, when people do not follow the rules strictly, as it has been mentioned earlier. In this area of ours, we depend mainly on agriculture, and so our dependence mainly the income of the least developed countries usually have higher levels of poverty. When it comes to economical or political activities, we have low income, low per capita income. We depend on agriculture and the exports usually, which are not even enhanced to the second level. So we have low technology and innovations, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to that, we don't do very well in these aspects. And if we don't do this very well, we depend mainly on aids. People bring you money and they take 3/4 of it back. You see somebody says we are bringing aid to this country. The most thing what they do is that they use it for other issues, buying big vehicles, paying people who are not even qualified, and most of the money goes back. So we mostly depend on aid instead of thinking of technology and innovation. If we think of the technology and innovations, then our country obviously will improve. When you talk of public-private partnership, Madam Speaker, then in that case, while the tendency is to advocate for more aid, but a more sustainable will be in science, technology, and innovation, which is capable of providing us with more employment and more funds for our people in all sectors, Madam Speaker. The STI, that is science, technology, and innovation policies, are usually not done the right way most of the time. And that's why most of the time we fail in performing our public-private partnerships. When you hear in the grapevine what goes on, even in those, the so-called private partnerships in Kenya, you will be surprised, Madam Speaker. That's why people talk of money changing hands, especially that's why China has taken over Africa. They tend to do that, but they give a lot of money to the technocrats and the leaderships of those areas. So in the end result, we lose a lot and we don't gain much, Madam Speaker. So my take is that while I have no problem with the bill, the most important thing is, as has been mentioned, the policy and how, and the rules, the regulations which are put in place to make sure that we are not misused, our funds are not misused, because in most of the African countries, we are mainly least developed countries in the world. And here, you are talking about innovations, science and technology, which also comes mostly from the West. The little we innovate ourselves disappears, and mostly used by big companies, which do not benefit the local as it's supposed to be. The World Bank has started a technology bank, but most African countries don't make much use of it, Madam Speaker. So I want to urge that when we look into this bill properly, even if the committee has looked into it, I hope they have looked into all aspects of it so that in the long run, we don't fail in our objective to support our people. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cheriot, Aaron Kipkirui. Senator Cheriot.
Let me use the front, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance to make my contribution. Madam Speaker, there is a history to this PPP bill that is dear to us, the people of Kericho. If you read the impeachment report of Governor Paul Chepkwony when he was brought before the Senate, you will realize that part of the recommendations is that the team that looked into his impeachment recommended that as a Senate, we needed to do a PPP law, specifically for counties, that will guide counties if and when they desire to enter into these forms of contract. We tried it, Madam Speaker, last Senate. I think we passed it as a House, if I'm not wrong, but then it died in the usual frame as many of the previous bills have when they were forwarded to the lower house, Madam Speaker. And therefore, for us to be here today, this is great progress. It doesn't matter the route and the means. That which matters most is that we eventually achieve that which we wanted to achieve. It may not have come to the format that we expected, because our design was a complete unit divorced from the tentacles of the National Treasury and the national government. But this is good for a start, Madam Speaker. The establishment of this directorate, the establishment of this directorate as opposed to a unit is fairly different, Madam Speaker, as opposed to what we previously had proposed actually from Treasury, whereby from 2013 up to this particular moment, many of the counties that have tried to perhaps undertake a particular project and sought the approval of Treasury, they have largely been unsuccessful. And this is really unfortunate. That ought not to be the case. That is not the spirit of devolution and our Constitution, Madam Speaker. Both levels of government should be able to support each other where there is need, and where there is good basis, one has expertise over the other, you help out. Since it was felt on many occasions, Madam Speaker, that since the national government had the requisite experience and the technical know-how of how to procure some of these projects, that they will actually facilitate many of our county governments to enter into some of these partnerships that will help counties meet their key objectives. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. And therefore, for us as a House, this is a perfect opportunity that will grant to our counties, specifically, our main interest as a House, much as we are focused on the overall well-being of us as a republic, counties, it should be our primary interest to have counties thrive and have the enabling legal framework such as this that is being proposed to undertake and meet many of its key objectives, Madam Speaker. I love this proposal because one of the key highlights of this particular bill, Madam Speaker, is that it reduces actually on the bottlenecks. Previously, if you read the PPP Act of 2013, you'll realize that there were up to 12 entities that will clear any particular project, and knowing the rigorous and some of the difficulties with which many of our government entities operate, it is fair to say that it would have been impossible. But we have housed all those entities, whatever approvals you may have needed, under one single directorate headed by a Director General, Madam Speaker. And that Director General has his team, of course, of technical people who will help to speeden up some of these projects. Counties help some of the counties do, say, a proper feasibility study, do your document bank properly, ensure that if it's a particular project that you want to undertake, ensure that your environmental impact assessment reports are done as expected by the laws of the land, a feasibility, financial objectives of a project, so that you expedite and even provide perhaps the necessary training for many of our county governments, Madam Speaker, because I believe overall, when this unit is properly set up, part of the things they'll do is they'll train some of these county officers so that by the time the proposals get to the, Nairobi here, a lot and most of the work that needs to have been done in the counties have already been established. And that is a proper, that's a good gain in my assessment and a good proposal. Of course, as we have come to observe in this country, Madam Speaker, the challenge is not about good laws. It's not for want of good laws that the state of our republic is as is. The challenge always has to be with the implementation. And unfortunately, as we are increasingly coming to learn, even when you set up independent institutions such as this, if Parliament, that is us, the legislators that are here, if we do not play our rightful role, most of the time, many of these institutions are actually captured by the executive, and as such that it gets to a point where for one to get approval or be denied an approval, Madam Speaker, it will depend on the wishes of the national government, which will really be an unfortunate. It had been the wish of many of us who sat in this committee. It wasn't possible, but we said, for a beginning, let us set up the unit first. Then many of these things we can improve on them. I will, Madam Speaker, I will forgive Senator James Orengo, leader of minority, because he's a son of Kericho. So he gets the chance to, to interrupt his senator. like all voters are supposed to. Yes. So this is back to the presentation I was making, Madam Speaker, is that as a House, if we do not play our rightful role and ensure that this institution thrives, these institutions actually live up for the purpose for which it was set up, then we will struggle as a country. Because look at the situation, look at even the PPP projects that are being undertaken currently. It's unfortunate and it's a shame that all of us here in this house should be ashamed of ourselves that this country is undertaking PPP projects to the tunes of tens of billions, yet we haven't seen. How can we say, Madam Speaker, that we are representatives of the people, yet an expressway is being built here that will cost Kenyans 60 billion Kenya shillings, yet you have not seen what are the collaterals, what are the agreements that have been made, was it on a fair price basis, as such that we will not end up having a country where it's possible, because this has happened in other parts of the world, where a project is built, but because it is overpriced, and you know Kenya is legendary for many such projects, Madam Speaker, where if you're not careful, citizens may not even be able to use some of these projects, because it might end up being expensive. And that's why on many occasions, Madam Speaker, I have raised concern. Because the project that Senator...
Order members, please console in low tones as we congratulate Senator Rose Nyamunga. Senator Milgo, we have not seen her dressed, but we know we have a number of senators who have been decorated. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Mine never goes beyond the nomination. We'll wait for the next government.
Wind up.
Madam Speaker, I was mentioning the fact that as a House, and I want senior counsel to hear this, my good neighbor from Nyamira. You know, you and I, and the part of the country where we come from, there is this proposed PPP project that is supposed to take off from Rironi all the way to Mau Summit, where we are hearing that a deal has been signed, I don't know, between the Kenyan government and the French, or I don't know which one, whereby this expressway will be built, and those of us who can afford will be allowed to use it. The rest of the hustlers and ordinary mere mortals will be stuck in traffic. We cannot allow such things to happen. That was not the intention of a PPP bill. The people of Nyamira and Kericho, to an extent, because you're our neighbor, expect us, because they've sent us as legislators to this house, to oversight and look into some of these deals that are being done. Let it not be like this particular expressway, where people sign projects that are inflated. Therefore, when you come to charge the citizens, you find that the price that you're paying, you price out virtually 90 or 80% of the citizens.
Senator Gerard Kay, you're on a point of order.
He wants to inform me. I don't mind to be informed, Madam Speaker.
Okay, point of information then.
Thank you, Madam. On a point of information, I wanted to inform my brother, Senator Cheruiyot, that the expressway has increased from 68 billion in additional to 7 billion. So it is no longer 68 billion. It is approaching more than 72 billion for the last, that has been increased for the last 1 week. So it has increased from 68 billion by 7 billion.
Thank you, that's good information.
Thank you, that's good information. You know, part of this money that we are hearing that is being stashed in Panama, it's because of such projects where they are being undertaken in very dubious manner. You don't understand who, you know, 1P stands for public. That is you and I and the people that we represent. But these private entities that are signing these deals, surely, as representatives of the people, don't we have a right to know who they are, how they are pricing it? What is the logic of achieving it, say, within 5, 10, 15, 25 years? Can't the project be priced a bit longer, maybe 40 years, so that people don't have to pay the amounts of money that we're hearing? Because I listened to the Director General of Kenya National Highway Authority, says it might be costing you upwards of 100 shilling per kilometer to use the expressway. So what economic sense does it make? Does it guarantee free use and movement of goods and services as was expected? Because that is a long and short of having a good transport system, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that citizens are able to move freely. And therefore, my point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, this afternoon is that it is not for lack of good laws such as this PPP bill that our country is in the state that is in. It will all depend on us as organs of oversight, the executive who are supposed to sign on these agreements, if we are people of value and ensure that we do everything in the best interest of the ordinary citizen and not try to seek personal gain as we are world famous for as the people of Kenya. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it will be unfortunate if we give to the counties this beautiful piece of legislation. Then the next thing you hear is that governors actually have set up private entities, and therefore they're coming and signing up. On one hand, you want to sign as a representative of people because you're elected as a governor, but the private entity that is entering into that agreement are actually your friends, your cronies, and the people that represent your other interests, Madam Speaker. It will be unfortunate, and it calls upon us as a House to be careful. Many of these deals actually are signed as we are in office. Then when we go out and the public begins to ask us these questions, we also join them in the chorus in asking. I mean, they expect better from us. Therefore, I hope later on, once we've set up and we've seen the challenges of this unit operating, that as a House, we should be able perhaps to get a quarterly review, as is expected of many of the public entities, of what bills they have approved. Because there's another challenge that is coming up in this country, where we thought that we are dividing the country into 47 county governments so that we send services closer to the people. But increasingly, as I've seen in the last few days, some counties are actually being considered to be more useful to the nation than others. And it's unfortunate. Because we've seen when there is extension of coffee grant funds, a very famous topic that our colleague Senator Moses Wetangula loves to speak about, you find that out of the about 15 coffee growing counties in this country, only 5 benefit from these funds. Yet when it comes to payment of the loan, all of us will pay jointly. I saw the other day, and I've challenged it, it's good Senator Milgo is here. I saw national government has sent actually letters to various heads of, I think, county education departments, saying that we need to fasten the registration of students so that they get identification cards. I hope it's not for registration so that people can vote only in certain counties. You need to extend that countywide. That information needs to come out clearly, Madam Speaker. Therefore, this particular entity, when it works, we will be asking of them that every quarter submit the list of projects that you approved. We want to see that when you approve a project in Kericho, you approved also in Wajir. You approve in Lamu, you approve in Kisumu, so that we have one beautiful republic where every citizen feels to be part and parcel. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ali, did you switch it over again? You dropped. Senator Mwenye Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia hii sheria ya ushirikiano baina ya taasisi za umma na wawekezaji wa kibinafsi katika miradi ya maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii imekuja katika wakati mzuri kabisa kwa sababu tumeona kwamba serikali japokuwa imepanga kufanya miradi mingi ya kimaendeleo, miradi hiyo imeweza kurejea nyuma kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa fedha za kutosha kusimamia miradi hiyo. Kwa hivyo sheria hii itakapopita, Mheshimiwa Spika, itasaidia pakubwa miradi ya maendeleo kwa sababu zile pesa nyingi ambazo zinahitajika kutayarisha na kutengeneza hii miradi zitapatikana kupitia kwa wawekezaji wa kibinafsi. Na hiyo itasaidia kuachilia pesa nyingi ambazo zingeweza kutumika katika miradi hiyo kwa huduma nyingine za jamii ambazo zinahitajika kupeanwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba tayari kuna miradi kama hiyo inaweza kufanyika katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Tukiangalia Nairobi Express Highway ni mradi ambao ni wa mwekezaji wa kibinafsi ikishirikiana na serikali. Tukiangalia kuna ule mwingine ambao utajengwa kutoka Westlands mpaka Mau Summit pia ni mradi wa kibinafsi wa kuwekeza ambao utafadhiliwa na watu binafsi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sio jambo la kwanza, lakini sheria ya kusimamia miradi kama hii ndio ilikuwa hakuna. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba kila sehemu zinahitajia miradi. Kwa mfano miradi ya barabara ni miradi ambayo inasaidia pakubwa kuleta maendeleo mashinani, lakini tukilipia barabara peke yake na zile fedha ambazo tunapata kwa sasa kama ushuru ama kodi zinazotozwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, hatuwezi kupata fursa ya kujenga barabara katika kila eneo. Kwa hivyo kupitishwa kwa sheria hii kutasaidia pakubwa kuendeleza maendeleo katika sehemu nyingi za nchi yetu, ambapo maendeleo yale yatakuwa sisi wenyewe binafsi kama raia tunayalipia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona pia kwamba sheria inatoa mwangaza au inatoa nafasi kwa serikali za kaunti kuweza pia kufanya miradi ya uwekezaji baina ya wananchi na serikali hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii pia itasaidia pakubwa kuleta maendeleo mashinani. Tumeona kwamba kaunti nyingi zina miradi mizuri sana ya maendeleo, lakini ruzuku zinazotoka kwa serikali kuu na kodi wanazookota katika maeneo yao hazitoshi kuweza kufadhili ama kusimamia miradi ambayo wanataka kufanya. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna miradi ya nyumba ambayo kupitia kwa affordable housing, yani nyumba za kiasi za wananchi. Hii miradi kama hii Mheshimiwa Spika inaweza kufanyika katika kila kaunti, lakini tukiangalia pesa zinazohitajika na zile pesa ambazo zile pesa ambazo zinatoka katika serikali kuu na kupelekwa katika serikali za kaunti kusimamia miradi ya kawaida hazitoshi kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba miradi hii inafanyika. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, kule kwetu Mombasa kuna estate karibu 5, Likoni, Changamwe, Hadija Estate, Mzizima, zote zimetolewa kwa mwekezaji wa kibinafsi katika hali ya utata. Wakati kama kungekuwa kuna uwazi na sheria uwazi kama hii, tungeweza kujua ni nani ameweza kufaidika na miradi kama hiyo, na vile vile pia ripoti ingeweza kwenda kwa bunge la kaunti ya Mombasa ili kuhakikisha kwamba kumekuwa na uwazi katika kutoa zabuni za miradi hiyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naiunga mkono sheria hii kwa sababu itasaidia pakubwa kuweza kuleta maendeleo na vile vile pia kuweka mwongozo, yani vipi tunaweza kufanya miradi ya kuwekezaji binafsi na serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona hapa kwamba katika kifungu cha 65 inasema kwamba subject to section 363(5), each county government intending to undertake public-private partnership project shall obtain the approval of the respective county assembly before undertaking the project. Lakini tukiangalia kifungu cha 63 hakina 63(3) ambacho kimezungumziwa hapa katika kifungu cha 65. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo nafikiri wahusika wataweza kurekebisha na kuhakikisha kwamba inakuwa inaoana na kifungu cha 65(1). Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona pia kutakuwa na bodi ya kuweza kuangalia miradi hiyo ya kibinafsi na serikali, ambao ni jambo zuri kwa sababu kwa sasa hakuna mwongozo wowote ambao unaosimamia miradi kama hiyo. Ni wizara husika ambazo zinasimamia miradi kama hiyo, na kwa hakika mara nyingi inakuwa ni shida kuweza kutoa mwongozo kwa sababu kuna ile tunayoita bureaucracy ya wizara, kutoka kwa waziri ipite kwa katibu wa kudumu, ipite mpaka ikifika kwa mwongozo, inakuwa ni shida Mheshimiwa Spika kuweza kutoa maamuzi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii ni nzuri na tutaunga mkono iweze kupitishwa ili tuone kwamba tunapata miradi mingi ya maendeleo katika nchi yetu. Jambo ambalo ningependa tu kugusia mwisho ni kuwa lazima pia tuwe macho kama bunge la Senate na bunge la kitaifa kwamba hii miradi ambayo itakuwa inafanywa kuwe kuna uchunguzi wa mara kwa mara, yani kwa Kiingereza oversight, ili tuone kwamba wananchi hawapunjwi katika kuendesha miradi kama hii. Miradi itakayofanyika hiyo ni miradi ambayo ni ya kudumu, ambayo fedha ambazo zimetumika pale tunaweza kujua kwamba kusema kwamba ni kweli fedha zimeweza kutumika katika mradi huu, na huyu ambaye amewekeza katika mradi huu anapaswa kulipwa zile pesa ambazo tunatarajia kuokota kwa wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona miradi mingi ambayo inafanyika inakuwa ni imefanywa katika hali ambayo si nzuri, na ina maana kwamba barabara kama ina umri wa miaka 30, barabara ile baada ya miaka mitatu naona imeanza kufura manundu upande huu, kule kuna mashimo, kule na bomoka. Hiyo yote inaonyesha kwamba katika kutekeleza mradi hakukuwa na umakinifu na vile vile hakukuwa na uangalizi wa kutosha kuhakikisha kwamba vifaa vinavyotumika pale vinastahili, na mwanakandarasi anayofanya kazi hiyo amefanya kwa ustadi wa hali ya juu ili wananchi wasione kwamba pesa zao zimepotea katika mradi huo. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono. Asante.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Langat, Christopher Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this chance to support this very important bill. And I want to say that the moment it goes through, it will bring a landmark for the development of our country. First, I want to say that it will promote the development of very large projects like roads. When we engage into private partnership, public and private partnership, it will boost the government whenever the funding is not sufficient for the construction of large-scale projects in our country. But to Madam Speaker, I want to say this particular bill has already prescribed a procedure for engagement, which is very important. Such a procedure will lead to proper creation of regulations that will guide this particular private partnership engagement to continue in a very harmonized way. So this is a very important bill. In most of the countries, I've read about the engagement in Western world and even in US, and it has really assisted the government to access even funding, what is called private capital from these private organizations that have got a lot of money. Remember, in our country, Madam Speaker, we have got very rich people who are willing even to assist, but there is no clear regulation, no clear law that will actually provide an effective engagement to allow these particular private partners to participate fully in the development of our country. Remember, even right now, we went to Botswana. I think we were in Botswana with a team from Education Committee, and we witnessed in Botswana so many Kenyans currently are doing farming, and they are being encouraged by the government and even being supported by the government to do a lot of business, especially in agricultural sector. So I want to say that unless we do such a bill, it is also losing in a way, because most of the private people with a lot of capital are not just seated in Kenya here waiting for the sun to down on us, but they are going outside looking for opportunities to invest in the countries that have got proper laws on such engagements. So I want to support also what Senator Wambua was saying, that this particular private engagement, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations, Matsayo. Those are the benefits of engagement in handshake matter and the products of handshake. So
other members, let's continue as you congratulate your colleague, Senator Matsayo.
Government private engagement on handshake. So allow me to continue, Madam Speaker. I'm congratulating you in advance, my great friend Matsayo and the rest. I want to say that
Senator
save
Sakaja,
me from this particular noisemaker called Cherargei, Madam Speaker.
Senator Sakaja is on a point of order.
Don't allow him. He wants to cut me short, Madam Speaker. And I want to continue.
Yes,
allow me to conclude my
Senator
time.
Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, surely. No, is it in order? for the senator for Bomet on the record of this House, while Senator Madzayo walked in, for him to say those are products of the handshake. On the record, yet, Madam Speaker, I think we all know that Senator Madzayo, who has received the award of Chief of the Burning Spear, if I'm not wrong, the way I can see it, and I know it because I also have it, has received it on his own merit, based on the work he's done in Parliament for a long time. Madam Speaker, is it in order for that to be on the record of the House, that someone said it is a product of the handshake, or should that statement, that phrase, be withdrawn? Because one day, when the children of Senator Madzayo will be looking at the Hansard and his grandchildren, on the day he received the award, they will say it is only because of two people shaking hands, not because of his work in the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker. There are many members from ODM who have received awards even before there was a handshake.
Point taken, Senator Cherargei.
Is it in order for Senator Sakaja to tell us that the award of Senator Madzayo and Senator...
By the way, Senator, we don't counter a point of order. You make your own point of order.
No, that is what I was... Is it in order, Madam Speaker? Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for us to even discuss, yet we know that the award, there is a process that is being taken for those awards. So those comments that were taken...
That's a very difficult way of
is a statement of fact, Madam Speaker, that Senator Langat did state.
Senator, you'll get your own opportunity, but we had congratulated the members. The first one has come. We are waiting for 3 more. So the process is still on, and we should congratulate our colleagues, and let's not add anything. Senator Langat, if you really added something else, that's not in good taste for a colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Madam.
I believe that's what Senator Wambua was about to say. Senator Wambua is on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I thought Senator Cherargei would stand in defense of his own name, because I heard Senator Lagat asking the Speaker to protect him from this noisemaker, Cherargei. I thought that's what Cherargei was going. I mean, are you saying that you are a noisemaker in the House?
Senator, now you are making me hear what I didn't hear. I think, honorable senators, let's put this to rest. Let's support and congratulate our colleagues. We know this is a very senior judge. He should have gotten it long time ago, and we congratulate you, Senator Madzayo. We have already congratulated Senator Rose Nyamunga, and we are expecting 3 more before the end of the day, hopefully. I hope we are not going back to that. I have ruled that we don't want to go back to that. This is about appreciating colleagues, not telling us where it came from.
Asante, Speaker. Kwangu mimi ni kwa sababu Senator Langat ulimwambia ya kwamba hayo maneno si mazuri, aweze kuyaondoa ndio aweze kuondolewa katika rekodi zetu. Lakini yeye alikuambia asante na akaendelea kuongea. Ni vizuri umwambie.
Okay, asante sana. Swahili njema. Senator Lagat, I hope you understood the Kiswahili.
Yes, I understood.
These are colleagues, and we normally don't want to
thank you so much, Madam.
Motive on a colleague.
I had actually said that our colleagues really deserve, they are hardworking, but apart from hardworking, there are processes that oil or that makes things to happen. So,
okay,
but I want to say, Madam, that
please
one was just by the way, and I want to withdraw that one and say congratulations, good work.
Thank you.
Allow me also to finish what I was saying, Madam Speaker. At least I want to say that there is also a point to note here that private partnership engagement also will enable the partners to benefit from research. More often than not, Madam Speaker, you find a lot of very important research findings in the public sector, but because of maybe challenges to implement such research findings is because of lack of funding. But when we engage a private sector, such particular research findings can easily get a way of being implemented to support development, more so in the area of technology. Remember very well, Madam Speaker, you and I were together in Moi University, and you can remember most of the research that the university had conducted, but they could not find the light of the day to be implemented because of funding. You know, our country normally gets very little funding that goes to research sector. But if we engage into private-public partnership, researches that are conducted in public or in private can easily be implemented to support development. I want to say that also when we get into private-public partnership, we are likely to get quality work when it comes to roads, quality work when it comes to even products and services. So this engagement is so important to both the private and to the public. I want to say also that it will enhance access to technology and effective benefit from skills from different people that are working in private and in public sector. I really support this particular bill, and it's my prayer that all of us may support it so that it will actually assist development in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I once again congratulate our partners for their awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I had promised that before 4 o'clock, when the statement hour is over, I will allow 2 senators to read their statements. The first one is Senator Abshiro Alake. She has a statement, pass 1 to Standing Order 48-1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate my 2 colleagues, and we will congratulate them later, but very well done for the good job that has earned them the Order of the Burning Spears. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the arrest and enforced disappearance of police officer Osman Omar Godana, Police Service number 89450 of the National Police Service, allegedly by state security agents. In the statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should, 1, investigate the circumstances leading to the arrest and enforced disappearance of Mr. Osman Omar Godana, a police officer who was last seen in the company of 4 armed men believed to be security agents on 13th of September 2021 at around 9:30 p.m. near Blue Post Hotel, Thika. Madam Speaker, the committee should also confirm whether Mr. Osman is in the custody of state security agents, and if so, state reasons why he has not been arraigned in court to date in accordance with the law, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the committee should also apprise the Senate on progress made in the search for the missing officer to date, and inform the Senate on measures, if any, put in place by the police service to address the increasing incidences of abductions and enforced disappearances of members of the public. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The statement stands committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. The second statement is from the Senator of Nandi, Senator Cherargei Samson Kiprotich.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to congratulate our 2 colleagues and wish them well. They deserve it, and all the best, especially my senior counsel, retired Judge Stewart Matzayo, our Deputy Minority Leader. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek for a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the delay in appointment of a substantive Director General in the Ministry of Health. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state whether the Ministry of Health has established an organizational structure comprising the technical directorates in accordance with Section 15B and 18 of the Health Act 2017, and whether these technical directorates are headed by directors in a substantive or in acting capacity. Number 2, state whether the Ministry of Health has established the Office of the Director General in accordance with Section 16 and 17 of the Health Act 2017, and whether the position is substantively filled and functional. Number 3, provide the details of the officers who have served in acting capacity as Director General, including Patrick Amott, since the enactment of the said Act, including details of the appointment dates, appointing authority, and terms and duration of service. Number 4, Madam Speaker, state whether the appointment or appointments of the acting Director Generals of the Ministry of Health has been conducted in accordance with the Public Service Policy Rules and guidelines on the appointment of public officers in acting capacity. Madam Speaker, the 5th elaborates on the measures that the ministry has taken to ensure the sustainability of its systems, structures, and processes in the absence of a substantive Director General of Health and or technical directors under the Ministry of Health. And finally, Madam Speaker, explain how representatives of the Director General of Health in relevant statutory boards and councils across the ministries and boards and councils have been nominated, appointed in the absence of a substantive Director General in the Ministry of Health. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The statement stands committed to the Standing Committee of Health. And we go back to our order number 11. Sorry. Order number 12, Senator Mary Yane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to also add my voice on this very, very important bill. Madam Speaker, public-private partnership is the hope for the country to be able to achieve very big facilities that can be of importance to the country. Madam Speaker, this morning we happen to have been handling a statement concerning general cargo funeral home that was done in partnership by Kiambu County and KU, which has been serving the community very well in terms of mortuary services and other big services that are offered in that health facility in Kiambu. And many a times when counties want to develop big projects like health facilities, roads, infrastructure, stadiums, without a big budget, we may not be able to perform or do mega projects. So in this case, when we shall be having a framework to protect the public interest, then we shall be able to put a lot of budget in these big projects that will be able to assist communities. Madam Speaker, looking at the very small budgets that goes to our county governments, in terms of the functions that they are also supposed to perform according to the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Many counties are unable to do big infrastructural projects that will enhance development in the counties. But when we have a framework that will bring on board private partners to be able to put investments together with the governments, county governments, then that will enable county government to be able to do a lot of infrastructural projects. Madam Speaker, I remember one time when we were doing our sporting activities in Uganda, we realized that there are so many stadiums in Uganda, so many high schools have very nice fields. And we realized that possibly government with higher learning institutions like secondary schools have partnered together to run stadiums and sporting fields in Uganda. Many of our counties at the moment, we don't have stadiums. We do not have many other sporting fields where our young people can be able to practice different sporting activities, and many other big health infrastructures like research schools, medical institutions, which possibly when we have this private partnership, we may be able to do many of them. Madam Speaker, I think having this committee, having this directorate which has been created in this bill, I think our country through the county government will be able to realize development in future. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mogeni, Eric Okongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to congratulate Senator Rose Nyamunga and Senator Stuart Mazayo, who have been decorated with the state medals, and I have no doubt they are most deserving. Madam Speaker, I've known Stuart Mazayo for many years. I practiced before him when he was serving as a judge in the industrial court. I've known him as an advocate of good standing within the legal profession, and I've known him as a very able debater in this house, so I have no doubt that he's very deserving. Likewise, Madam Speaker, Senator Rose Nyamunga is serving, I believe, a second term in Parliament. Madam Speaker, some of us who have served with Senator Nyamunga in committees know how committed she is. She serves in the panel of Speaker, and I really have no doubt that she was picked and decorated with this medal because she is deserving. My hearty congratulations to the two senators. Madam Speaker, I rise first to support this initiative by the government to at least put in place a legal framework that will guide the public-private partnerships. Madam Speaker, having served as a chair of Anti-Corruption Commission, it's always a risk when you give too much discretion to any public office without putting in place a legal framework that guides the exercise of such a discretion. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that this bill is a very good attempt in trying to put in place guidelines that will guide public-private partnerships. Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues who have spoken ahead of me in accepting that there are many benefits that we can get as a country if we properly implement public-private partnerships. And Madam Speaker, we will not be the first country to take on board this model as a way of bringing development and putting in place infrastructure for our beautiful country, Kenya. This has worked, Madam Speaker, in many, many countries. Those of us who have traveled to Philippines, you will see very good roads that are courtesy of private, public partnerships. We were in the US, I think, if I remember, it's about 2 months or 3 months ago, and the lady was taking us through a program at ILI, told us that in the United States of America, 23 out of, I believe, 65 basic services are offered through PPPs in the United States of America. And the good thing about this, Madam Speaker, is that when you bring in the private sector to some of these undertakings, you get efficiency, you get professionalism, and you get value for your money. So this is a very good initiative, and I hope that the country will be able to see some change once this is brought on board. Madam Speaker, if you, at times when you travel out of the country and you come back and you land at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, at times you get a sense of some embarrassment, Madam Speaker. On the way, we have left that beautiful airport of ours to degenerate. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, if we took advantage of this new bill, once it's enacted into law, and allow a private entity to set up a second, reception at the airport, I'm sure that they will bring something that we can be proud of as a country. So I really hope that once this is in place, the government and the people of Kenya will take advantage and invite private sector from out there who can come and help us in putting in place some of this infrastructure. And truth be said, Madam Speaker, we have overborrowed as a country. I think our public debt is now heading to 10 trillion, if it has not already hit 10 trillion. So we don't want this culture of borrowing on behalf of our grandchildren. If we can have private companies that have finance who can come in and enter into a public-private partnership with the government, then we escape borrowing. Why not? And if by doing that, we also get the advantage of putting in place good infrastructure, like the example I've given of a good terminal at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. So be it, because all we want, leadership is about giving services to our people. But even as I support this bill, Madam Speaker, when we talk of private, public, let's also give space to the private sector. I've looked at, Madam Speaker, what the composition of the public-private partnership committee in section 6 of this bill. And I think there's a lot of emphasis on government representation, but we are leaving out the private sector. Because, Madam Speaker, if the heading, as the heading says, it's a public-private partnership, we need to give good space in the committee to the private sector. So I hope, Madam Speaker, when we look at this bill, we will take into account the many private organizations that we have in this country that can be represented in this committee. But, Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the private sector alliance. Remember, Madam Speaker, the private sector alliance has been in the forefront in fighting for integrity in the public sector. They are the ones who came up with so many proposals that were to guide amendments to anti-corruption legislations in this country so that we make it easy for doing business without necessarily having corruption cartels dictating how business is done between government and the private sector. So I really hope that we'll be able to take consideration of giving them a slot to be represented in the public-private partnership committees. I also, Madam Speaker, that we'll think of bodies like CPAC, bodies like Professional Society of East Africa, APSEA. I know my professional body has had issues in the recent past, the Law Society of Kenya. But I hope that as the things cool down, we can also consider bringing them on board. Madam Speaker, in terms of the functions of this committee, on the composition, I must say that I'm also impressed that the Council of Governors has been given 2 slots. So we have recognized fully that under Article 6 of our Constitution, we have 2 levels of government. That is the county government and the national government. So it's good that other than having the PS from the national government, the Solicitor General, the Council of Governors will also nominate 2 people to sit in that committee. But going to their responsibility, I'm a bit worried that in Article 8, there has not been any attempt to give recognition to the role that public participation should play. So I hope that other than just formulating policies and overseeing implementation of the partnerships and approving standards and doing feasibility studies, there will also be an added function of that committee so that we undertake public participation. Mr. Speaker, you heard what my good friend, the Senator for Kericho said, that before you do the road from Westlands all the way to Mau Summit in Kericho and ask the people of Kericho and the people of Nyanza to pay for using that road, you should engage them. There should be public participation. So I really hope that we'll be able to relook at Section 8 of this bill so that we incorporate a clause that will obligate the committee to ensure that it undertakes qualitative public participation before they engage in any project. Because, Mr. Speaker, the people who are meant to use that facility, to benefit from that facility, should be able to give some input before government pens ink into paper. The other thing I wanted to really applaud is the fact that now there is an obligation to ensure that we do proper feasibility study. Mr. Speaker, if you go down memory lane, the scandals that have happened in this country, you will find that many of the companies that have done business with Kenya are what you will call briefcase companies. Where you trace them to back to their countries. Some of them have been declared bankrupt. I read in the newspapers when we had the Aror and the Kimore dam scandals. I was shocked to learn, Mr. Speaker, that the company that was awarded the contract had been declared bankrupt in France. So this bill introduces an obligation on a government entity to undertake feasibility study and ensure that the company is sound financially from their country of origin. Because you can end up dealing with crooks, briefcase companies, and in the event that there is breach of contract, even if you went to court or the International Court of Arbitration, you stand, you may get a judgment that it will be a paper judgment because you cannot enforce it anywhere. Also, it's good to know the financial status of some of these companies so that you don't enter into a contract with a company that at the end of the day will not be able to undertake the task at hand. But by and large, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very good bill, forward-looking, and I hope that once it's enacted, this country will benefit immensely, and that as a country we'll be able to be more innovative in provision of services and infrastructure to our people so that this culture, Mr. Speaker, of always borrowing can come to an end, Mr. Speaker. And I want to request my friend, Senator Dr. Ali, to consult in low tones. Thank you. Yeah, so with those remarks, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I support this bill and hope that it will be transformative once it's enacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, asante sana. Sasa nataka kumuita Senator Naomi Wako ambaye naye atakayechangia akiwa kwenye mtandao.
After you have been elevated to that position. I support this bill.
Senator Naomi Wako, tafadhali,
Yes.
tunataka kuona picha yako, tafadhali.
Haya ni sawa, lakini sitaweza kuendelea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, nitaendelea kwa Kiingereza.
Sawa sawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill because I have gone through it and I have seen that it has some good things for us as a country. And number one, it provides the legal framework that will guide this country and will guide all the public-private partners together with the people who will be doing that. Again, I support this bill because it gives the opportunity for our country to do projects that will help us grow. By doing those big projects or the infrastructure that will help our country to grow, then that will in turn again help us to employ many people. As you know, Mr. Speaker, many of our youth are not employed, and a lot of our people are suffering because of poverty. But when this will be implemented, this will give people opportunity to invest in Kenya and will attract many private partners. And that in turn will help us to employ many unemployed people. Again, Mr. Speaker, this bill will help us to grow economically. As a country, we are struggling because of course, our economy is not doing well right now. But I believe in future, many partners will come in place and invest in our country. And by even borrowing loans that will help our country to put this into place, then we will be able to create more wealth. Mr. Speaker, I support this again, because when you put into consideration the counties, many of our counties like Marsabit County or other counties, we have been left behind in terms of development and growth. But when this will be implemented, then some of our counties will get the opportunity to have people who can be invited, who can be partnered with, and then we will also be able to grow. Again, it will give us the opportunity as a country to be more innovative and creative, to come up with projects that can help us grow, just as I said. And Mr. Speaker, I support this bill fully and pray that all our colleagues will also support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana. Sasa nataka kumuita Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to, it's very difficult to say public-private partnership in Kiswahili. So allow me to continue in the language of English. Mr. Speaker, it is about time that as a country we become more creative in how we...
Senator Faki, hoja ya nidhamu gani?
public-private partnership kwa Kiswahili ni ushirikiano wa umma na wawekezaji wa kibinafsi. Tunajua Kiswahili kinakuwa na nafurahi Mheshimiwa Spika uko hapo, utasaidia pakubwa kwa kuweza endeleza matumizi ya lugha ya Kiswahili katika bunge hili. Lakini pia ningeomba bunge lenyewe iliajiri mtaalamu mmoja wa lugha ya Kiswahili kwamba mambo kama haya yaweze kutafsiriwa kwa wabunge wale wanaotaka kuongea kwa Kiswahili ili yawe ni rahisi zaidi na watu wengi waweze kuzungumza lugha ya Kiswahili. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well informed. Although, of course, if you hear what Senator Faki has said, he has described what a public-private partnership is, but he has not said the name, what it's called. Because he has said it's a partnership between the public and between public entities and private investors. Sometimes it is not the investors. It can be different private. Anyway, as he said, there will be merit in actually having an official interpreter, so that we don't have the Mzungumzishi debacle we had, because Senator Faki's interpretation might be different from Senator Madzayo's, and their counties are close to each other, or description of a word. But Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that it is high time as a country, a 21st century economy, a global economic hub that Kenya is, that we become more creative in the ways in which we finance public projects. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is very welcome. There are many things that we can do as a country to change the manner in which we've been conducting or doing public projects. You know, our Constitution in Chapter 12 talks about the four principles of devolution, if you have to sum it up. And number one is, of course, expenditure responsibilities. It says what the counties can do and what they can't do. The revenue raising capabilities, it says what taxes a county can raise or the national government. The third one, which we always focus on, which really should be the third, not the first, is what we call the intergovernmental fiscal transfers, or the revenue sharing that we debate about here in this parliament. And we normally do that before having looked at number one and number two. Because number one says what you should do and what this other level should do. The number two says how much you can raise to do it. So ideally, if you look at countries with our similar framework of fiscal decentralization, number three, the intergovernmental fiscal transfer, or the money we give to countries, which we say is a minimum of 15%, is normally to bridge a gap between 1 and 2. And then if that is not enough, because, Mr. Speaker, counties now just depend on that. They don't try and see how to increase revenue. They don't negotiate the expenditure responsibilities. But number four then is what you call subnational borrowing. And the only statement that is there in our constitution is that the national government shall guarantee borrowing by counties. You know? Yet we know many counties, and I know you are a speaker of a county assembly before, many counties enter into borrowing without any national government approval. Because when you get an overdraft, that is borrowing, that is credit. And most counties have some accounts that run into overdrafts so that they can facilitate some payments, yet that is not done how it should be done. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at a time, and some of the examples I will give, pardon me, will be focused on my county of Nairobi, because that is where I'm elected to represent. Mr. Speaker, you know, I can't help but notice the shining badges of the recipients of CBS. And again, I congratulate Senator Nyamunga and Senator Madzayo and welcome them to the club of CBS. However, you will be told moving forward that when you wear the big badge, you don't wear this one. When you wear the sash, they are for different purposes, but they all look good together. On day one, they look good together. But normally when you wear the lapel is here. When you wear the badge, it is especially for uniform. Very good, but the sash is amazing. And also, always be careful. Sometimes you can wear the sash with the flag upside down, and you need to watch that. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying, that was on a side note. What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the examples I would give are very likely Nairobi examples. Nairobi, for instance, Nairobi County. Two of the biggest problems in Nairobi County, Mr. Speaker, number one is a lack of a proper mass transit system. A mass transit system that involves rail, involves rapid bus, involves road network. Mr. Speaker, the cost of such a system, as it is, cannot be afforded by a county like Nairobi. because you need to do a proper train system, the ones we see in any 21st century global hub, which Nairobi is. We need rail that moves from the biggest nodes, from the biggest trunk, which is Thika Road, up to this other side of town. One going that way, and another one ideally where we have put the expressway, which is why initially I wasn't for it, because that should be train. The more roads you do, the more traffic you'll get. There's a book I'll recommend to senators by the biographer of Lyndon Baines Johnson, but it's about a man called Robert Moses. It's about Robert Moses and the fall of New York. And now Robert Moses, for almost 40, 50 years, just kept on building roads and roads and roads in New York City. And that's why to date, instead of focusing on mass transit, he just did roads. And to date, they still have a big problem. Of course, they have the subway that reduces some of the pressure. They have some train, they have Amtrak. But beyond that, it's a mess. Yeah? Because the more roads we do, we did Thika Road, hoping that now it will reduce traffic. And everybody moved towards Thika Road. And you don't want to be on Thika Road at 7 a.m. anymore, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm saying, like a proper mass transit system that we need in Nairobi, proper. The Japanese did a plan with JICA, cost 400 million. 100 million was paid by Nairobi City Council, 300 was paid by the Japanese. If you look at that plan with the nodes, where, Mr. Speaker, you leave your car, whether it is at, Roysambu, or you leave your car at Ngong, you leave your car wherever it is, there's a proper parking silo and a clean train that at 7 a.m., there's a 7 a.m. train, there's a 7:15 train, there's a 7:20 train, which gets into town at this time. And then there's a circular nodes. You can move from Kasarani to South Sea. Mr. Speaker, such a project will probably cost 100 billion. Because I know, and I'm just saying based on how we do our budgeting here, because Addis Ababa has done theirs at close to 45 billion. Less than the cost of the expressway. But Mr. Speaker, such a project cannot be funded by Nairobi County on its own, because, Mr. Speaker, our revenues are around 12 billion. Maybe now they'll go up because of sectional properties bill to something more, maybe double that. But ultimately, we have an annual budget of 32B. So what do you do? Mr. Speaker, what you do, in many jurisdictions do, is what you call an infrastructure bond, Mr. Speaker. And in such an infrastructure bond, that's just one example, where you can discount the revenues that we know for sure will come to Nairobi for the next 30 years, with 100 billion, as governor of Nairobi, I'd be able to afford 3 billion a year. 3 billion a year into that project, and then it can be a PPP project, Mr. Speaker, even, where you build, operate, and transfer. There are many people around the world who are willing to come put money in that mass transit system in Nairobi and collect the bus fare or the train fare for the next 20 years. This bill talks about a maximum of 30 years. You'll have improved the lives of Nairobians without depending on what you get every month from Nairobi. Another issue is water, Mr. Speaker. The water problem in Nairobi cannot and will not be sorted out by Nairobi Water or NMS by digging boreholes, half of which now are not working. 80% of Nairobians, Mr. Speaker, a global capital again, a hub, have never experienced a shower, like a shower coming from the top of their head, because there's no piped water. If you look at the water infrastructure in Nairobi, it was set in years ago, 50 years ago, a lot of it. In fact, there are two systems, one of which is the former railway system, where the railway houses are found in Nairobi. They have their own parallel system, but some of it has been efficient. But some of them, of course, are strained. For instance, Kileleshwa, where there are a lot of railway houses and Upper Hill. The same acreage now has almost 100 times the number of people because of the apartments. So you need a complete overhaul of the infrastructure of water and sewerage in Nairobi County. Will the county government afford that? Because the two issues we have, Mr. Speaker, number one is the quantity of water coming into Nairobi, and that's why we support this Northern Collector Tunnel business, as well as improvements under Kaine. But it's not enough. The number of millions cubic meters Nairobians need is much more. So you first need the quantity, but on top of the quantity, the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, today we have cartels who, what they do, I don't know, cartel is normally a word used by lazy leaders. When they don't solve a problem, they say they're cartels. But the cartels, what they've done, because of the manual nature of this system, where there were levers and the taps, the physical ones, you find a house has been built around it, and it's locked. And there's only one person who knows where that lever of opening is, and he has a water truck business. So they come there, they take the water. Non-revenue water in Nairobi is 46%. Non-revenue water. So it's not even enough, and even the little that's there is not getting. So what you need is to overhaul the entire infrastructure, put in what you call SCADA technology. That technology, Mr. Speaker, shows you where is there leakage. As governor, you look at your phone, or as a official in the water department. From your own phone, you can tell where water has been cut. It's been cut in Harlingen, and you sort it out. Or it's been cut in Kasarani or in Mukuru, and you sort it out. Now, such an investment to sort that out, as it is currently constituted, Nairobi County government cannot do it. It won't do it. And you'll have a lot of piecemeal plastic bandage solutions to problems that can be sorted out with a long-term focus. And that is why I completely laud this bill and this new approach of looking at public projects, which ordinarily, and there are two types. There are those which ordinarily you don't afford at a go as a county government or as a national government. But number two, there are others which, by removing it from your balance sheet, by engaging the private sector to fund and getting it off your balance sheet, then you get increased fiscal space to engage in other areas, social areas that you can, use your money better. Mr. Speaker, I have friends who are in the national government, and one of them was telling me that their building where the entity is housed is owned by an individual. It's a private building that government pays rent to. And in that, there are, I think, like 7 floors that government entities have taken, different entities from the national government. Their floor alone, they pay this individual 65 million shillings a year for 1 floor. Now multiply that by 7. What would stop, that is wastage. And this PPP is looking at projects that give value for money. What would stop, and there are many investors I know who would be willing to say, look, we shall put up buildings for government. Instead of that 68 million you're paying a year, we'll take 40 million, for instance, a year. And in 15 years, that building reverts to the national government and it's owned, it becomes our property. Of course, many of these people with these buildings are highly connected and they will try and frustrate that, but that is what we need to increase value for money. So, Mr. Speaker, I laud this bill. I know there's been a process before. This bill is not here for the first time. Of course, in a different version. We started with the Public-Private Partnerships Act of 2013. And before that, Mr. Speaker, the only public-private partnership that we've gone through is now the scandal we're dealing with. It was the independent power producers, Mr. Speaker, of energy. That is what we knew as a public-private partnership. But look how they're fleecing us. When Kenyan, which is doing a huge percentage of the power, is only getting, they're giving us at, I think, 5.4 per kilowatt hour. These ones are charging almost 100. Yeah? But that is the dark past of PPPs. This bill has now had different iterations, and there's a version that came to this House in 2017, if I'm not wrong. From the National Assembly, there were amendments, and the National Assembly didn't agree, it went into mediation. But at mediation, the National Treasury realized that there are certain elements they could introduce, so they withdrew the bill at that time. So this one, I think it takes into cognizance those developments, and it covers those issues. So what it does, really, Mr. Speaker, it reduces the bureaucracy in setting up public-private partnerships. And there's a fully fledged directorate. Because it would take so long, there was no successful one that would happen. It reduces the red tape, creates this directorate, and I'm very glad. The current Director General, a young man actually, a very young man, is a good friend, but he's come from the private sector. He was at City, then Sanchat, and you can see the new thinking is infusing. He gave me an example the other day of Kisumu County. Kisumu County went to Treasury. They have some certain projects they want to do, and they were shocked because everything they asked for, they expected to have a meeting about another meeting and then another meeting, but everything they asked for, he said, no, wait. He picked up the phone, called this person, bring that, bring this, approved. That is the kind of government we want, where things are done quickly. So I applaud Chris Kirigwa for what he's doing so far, and I'd like to urge him not to, in Swahili they say, mgema kisifiwa, tembo ulitia maji. Let him not tia maji, Mr. Speaker. Let him now completely, have all our counties benefiting from such arrangements, Mr. Speaker. So it reduces all that bureaucracy. It gives effect to Article 227 on the Constitution when it comes to matters of procurement. You're able to streamline the implementation and even reduce all those approval processes that we have, so that we have a proper and harmonized framework for engaging in public-private partnerships. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides that the role of the national and county governments, and that a county government may enter into public-private partnerships agreement. All they need then is just some simple validation or discussion at the national level. but it's really not, that it is going through all those stages to be blocked by the national government. Mr. Speaker, the county government then is responsible for administration over the overall project. Of course, it provides for public participation, and I think that is what Senator Omugeni was saying needed to be strengthened, because public participation must have an effect. Sometimes we have token public participation, where you just get people into a hall, you bring them huge documents of a project where they can't understand the scope of it. You get the normal, there's always a group of people who attend all of these sessions, all of these public participation sessions. They come, they listen, and then they sign a paper because they know they will get 500 shillings. You want meaningful public participation, where before that meeting, information on the project is circulated. Mr. Speaker, on top of information being circulated, there is that civic education on the impacts of it. So even the impacts, the impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, or political impact assessment, all of these impact assessments are shared with the people so that you engage them in an enlightened public participation, not just token public participation for the sake of ticking a box, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, so it asks for that liaison between the directorate and the county governments, as well as the different departments. Mr. Speaker, also there's the issue of sustainability, and I'm glad there's some small, PPP facilitation, fund that is then created that makes their process easier, and that they can even help maybe devolve or rather spread out some of the functions of this directorate so that it's not just at the treasury level. Because you can imagine now if all the 47 county governments, and I know there's a very good group of incoming governors, some of which are from this house, once they get in with all these brilliant ideas, we don't all just now go line up at the National Treasury. We should be able to have Mr. Speaker, it solves the problems that were there before. The steps that were there in the Private-Public Partnership Act before in the processes did not have timelines. Now, part of the efficiency that Chris and his team have brought in or they're proposing is that every step of the project approval process for PPP has a timeline by which it must be concluded, so that you don't have documents lying. And those who've been in government will tell you, documents don't just lie because they want to lie. Documents get lost, documents just stay in drawers because people sometimes require facilitation to get those documents out, and that is entrenching corruption. But if it is clear that if you bring this set of documents, this will be done in 20 days, and if you bring this set, this will be done in 30 days, and Mr. Speaker, we go to a better regime, Mr. Speaker. So there's also the provision for oversight, the entrenchment of devolution. In that committee of devolution, you have county governments represented. The PPP committee, of course, would have preferred for it to be stronger. I don't know if the national, or rather the committee of finance has provisions for that. I hope they do. But one other, beautiful thing about it is that it then also gives room for concession for what we call brownfield projects. Mr. Speaker, a lot of what we had before were the greenfield projects, and a greenfield project is one where the investor will come and start something from scratch, put all the infrastructure, and then do a build, operate, transfer, or any other mode of PPP. But now even the brownfield projects where there might be already existing infrastructure and you require concessions. For instance, you're trying to use an existing rail, or you're trying to use buildings that exist. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we might need, as I finish that sentence, we might need, for instance, currently existing infrastructure. For instance, I've given the example of the water in Nairobi. For this private investor to be able to come and use it in his PPP without necessarily having to do another one, for instance, or the rail. As you're developing the new rail, you'll use what is existing. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, because I see my time has run out, I support this bill. I will interact with the committee because I intend to, just at cursory glance, because I've not seen this bill before today, but I knew the discussion around it. I think I'll be proposing certain amendments unless they've been covered by what the committee is proposing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Asante sana Senator Sakaja, kwa sababu naona ni watu wengi sana wanataka kuchangia katika hoja hii ama mswada huu. Kwa hivyo vile ambavyo ningependekeza tuchukue muda mrefu, wale ambao nitakapatia fursa wachukue muda mrefu. Na sasa nataka kumuita Senator Stewart Mazayo ambaye tayari leo ametunukiwa medali ya CBS. Karibu mwenzangu.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. kwa kunipatia kongole. Bwana Spika, vile vile pia mimi kwa binafsi yangu ningependa kumpatia kongole dadangu Seneta mteule Nyamunga kwa kuweza kupewa shahada kama hiyo sawa sawa na mimi, na nataka pia cha pili pia kushukuru bunge la Senate, kwa sababu nafikiria kama si bunge hili pengine hata hatungepata kuweza kuzawadishwa hii Order of the Burning Spear. Kwanza Bispika, nikiregea hapa mambo ya bunge, tunasema kwamba bili ya ushirikiano wa umma na biashara binafsi, Bispika, Bwana Spika, naona ni bili ambayo ni muhimu zaidi katika
Senator Stewart Mazayo.
Yes.
Umekuwa ukirudia mara si moja. Bispika, tafadhali.
Bwana Spika, nimesema nisamehe kidogo kwa sababu ulimi unateleza sengine. Bwana Spika, niwie radhi. Mimi pia ni binadamu. Bwana Spika, cha kwanza ni kwamba naunga mkono bili hii. Ni kwamba bili hii inataka kutengeneza sheria muafaka ambao utaweza kuleta uhusiano bora na uhusiano ambao umewekwa katika misingi ya kisheria baina ya umma na watu wafanyi kazi biashara kibinafsi. Bwana Spika, tunaona ya kwamba kwa muda mrefu hakuna serikali yoyote katika ulimwengu, ama Waswahili wanasema kidole kimoja hakiwezi kuvunja chawa. Hii ni kanuni ya kwamba serikali peke yake haiwezi, ama umma peke yake kutaka kutekeleza kitu peke yake haiwezekani, lazima ushirikiane na watu wengine wa binafsi. Tukisema hivi ni kwamba tunaona katika ulimwengu mzima hivi sasa watu wanategemea kuwa na uhusiano na watu wengine, na sisi kama nchi yetu hii ya Kenya, serikali ya Kenya ni lazima izingatie sheria kama hizi za kisasa ambazo kutakuwa na uhusiano bora baina ya umma na watu binafsi. Kitu ambacho tunaona kama mwigo ama mfano mzuri ni kwamba hata tunaweza kuona kama tukiweza tukiangalia barabara hii inayotengenezwa hivi sasa ya Mombasa kwenda mpaka airport, na imeunganisha mpaka huko Kawangware na ikaenda huko mpaka karibu kupita airport na Mlolongo. Hiyo ni kumaanisha wazi ya kwamba serikali peke yake, hiyo ni kumaanisha wazi ya kwamba kidole kimoja peke yake hakiwezi kuvunja chawa. Na hii ni juhudi ambazo ni lazima sisi tuzitie mkazo na tuone ya kwamba zimekita mizizi ndani ya serikali yetu ama ndani ya nchi yetu, ya kwamba tunaweza kuleta umma na tukaleta wafanya biashara binafsi na wote wakaweza kushirikiana na maendeleo yakapatikana. Bwana Spika, la mwisho ni kwamba hata tunaona siku hizi wakati wowote ukiwa unaenda katika maeneo ya benki ama maeneo ya biashara kubwa kubwa, zamani tulikuwa tunakutana na wale watu ambao ni wamevaa nguo za kijeshi kulinda maeneo kama haya, lakini hivi sasa siku hizi unaweza kuona kazi kama hizo zimeweza kuchukuliwa na wafanyikazi biashara nafsi, ambapo wanashirikiana. Wale wafanyikazi ama wale askari wa pale si wafanyikazi wa pale ndani ya benki, lakini wanashirikiana na ile benki kuona kwamba kunao njia muafaka zinafuatwa na wananchi ama na wale watu ambao wameweka wawekezaji wa pesa zao katika zile benki, na tunaona kwamba mwelekeo kama huo umeweza kuleta faida kubwa katika nchi yetu na katika pia kuongeza biashara binafsi. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono bili hii ambayo itatuendeleza sisi kama Wakenya. Asante sana.
Asante sana Senator Stewart Mazayo. Sasa nataka kumwalika Senator Alice Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance to also support this bill. But before that, let me take this opportunity to congratulate my colleagues, Senator Stewart Masayo and Senator Rose Nyamunga, for these wonderful decorations. Congratulations. Actually, you deserve the best. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill because it shall go a long way to keep effect to Article 227 of the Constitution, which provides for the legal framework for procurement of public goods and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the mega corruptions that we normally witness in this country and elsewhere actually takes place at the procurement level. And normally we are just following. When we try to fight corruption, we are just looking at history. However, what has happened is that corruption took place a long time ago. This bill, Mr. Speaker, will go a long way to streamline and provide a safe ground to ensure that public-private partnerships programs shall move in a very smooth way. And I support Senator Sakaja in terms of issues of bureaucracy. I have appealed, Mr. Speaker, that I have already done on investment, promotion, and I did realize that many of our investors, many of the public-private partners are normally not brought on board because of the fact that there are a lot of bureaucracies that actually discourages their inclusion in terms of actually taking part in development in our country. Mr. Speaker, this bill, once it is enacted, will go a long way to actually enhance efficiency in terms of regulation and process of engagement of these public-private partners, more specifically on the way of conducting and facilitating actually the engagement. Mr. Speaker, we do realize that it has become a challenge, particularly in our counties. My county, Bomet, for example, can be able to convert the lower part, the Chibalungu area, and the lower part of Bomet East into a very productive area. There was one public-private partner that tried to engage the county, but issues of legal framework became a challenge, and therefore the progress of drilling water could not continue in that particular county, because the major plan was to drill water and start growing watermelons and other agricultural food products in that particular area. But this was challenged as a result of the legal issues that affected this private-public partners engagement. Mr. Speaker, I want to say public-private partner engagement shall go a long way to spur development in our country because of the fact that it shall even reduce our debts that we have been engaging as a country. Our country, Mr. Speaker, has been cherished as one of the countries that has got the most progressive constitution because of providing for the county levels of government. However, these county levels of government cannot develop with a faster rate because of the fact that they actually rely on the exchequer provision of funding. And when they try to engage other public partners, it becomes a challenge because of lack of a legal framework. And I think this is a game changer once this bill is ascended to. Mr. Speaker, sir, being chair of education, we have been looking at the landscape of vocational training centers right across the county. And we did realize that there are counties that are already engaging public-private partners. We found counties that have already engaged Germany. They have already engaged Sweden in terms of developing vocational training centers, in terms of starting up startup capital, and even engaging on online training. Mr. Speaker, you realize that provision of skills to our country is one way of actually ensuring that we achieve our Vision 2030, Agenda 2063, and to be able to actually speed up universal healthcare, development of food and good houses in this country, or what I would call the 4-pillar agenda. Mr. Speaker, I want to say these public-private partners that we found had been engaged by some counties actually has provided them with a lot of ideas, provided them with technology, provided them with the enablement to be able to develop very excellent programs in those vocational training centers. And Mr. Speaker, with this legal framework, I'm sure our counties can be able to engage more and more public-private partners in terms of developing projects. We have had many counties that are even having a challenge, especially during the COVID-19. There are counties who not even manage to handle this issue because of lack of health facilities. But with public-private partners, I am sure many counties will be open up to engage public-private partners to develop health facilities, develop water facilities, develop infrastructure that shall speed up even marketing issues as well as development in those particular countries. Mr. Speaker, I have seen this field has gone a long way to even develop a fund that is called public-private partner funding, where we shall have monies, and these monies will be better managed because I've seen the committee itself will have a membership from the county government, a council of governors, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is one way of actually encouraging accountability and transparency, because in the past, you'd come across counties that actually purport to have engaged public-private partners, but then trying to follow up on accountability, transparency, or whatever they have done has become a challenge. Mr. Speaker, this act shall go a long way to provide for the legal action that will be taken against anybody that shall go against this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, by actually streamlining or setting out the offenses, the penalties, and even ways of actually ensuring that every culprit is brought on board. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure public-private partnership bill has actually taken time, and it is my prayer that this one here will be processed as a matter of urgency to ensure that this country benefits not only the national government, but also the national governments. I'm sure this is how we can drive our country to become a middle-income country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill.
Asante sana, Senator Milgo. Sasa nataka kumuita Senator Abshiro Harake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Public and Private Partnerships Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, this is a very, very timely bill, given the number of the infrastructure that we are engaging in as a country, and the need for a good legal framework to ensure that risks are managed both to the country and to the parties that are involved. Of course, public and private partnerships are contractual, have come with a lot of contractual obligations, and this piece of legislation is really timely, especially at this time when we are doing a lot of borrowing to finance the gaps in our infrastructural demands. Mr. Speaker, you know, while this is a very, very timely piece of legislation, not every project lends itself to a PPP. So I hope that we will see in this bill that a robust system of making sure that prioritization or even just due diligence on what really will qualify for value for money when we go the route of public-private partnerships, or could benefit from the traditional way of public or government procurement, so that then we get value for money. Because, of course, private sector is in to make money. Private sector is for profit. And therefore, we must make sure that our due diligence, our prioritization, and our way of doing business in these PPPs takes it into account what lends itself to PPPs and what doesn't. What would give value for money because of PPPs, or what is it that we don't have the capacity or the resources to go through the PPP route. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is, of course, the benefits of PPPs cannot be gainsaid. It will give us access to private sector expertise. It will give us access to resources. It will give us access to technology transfer. It will give us access, if well managed, to ensuring that local capacities are built, and that the local capacities, once built, then will make sure that the country has a transfer of technology and transfer of the capacities that actually we didn't have before. But that having been said, again, we need to manage the risk of ensuring that government remains responsible to its citizens, even within a PPP arrangement. Because at the end of the day, it's the government that is responsible to its citizen, as opposed to the private sector, who then perhaps is in it for profit, as I said. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. At these times in the evenings, usually the Madam Speakers are the ones on the seat. I'm sorry to. Mr. Speaker, again, in transfer of risks, we also need to really make sure that the private sector does not then transfer the risks just to the public sector, and that in the past, I have been part of, I have read a couple of PPP-style arrangements where I have wondered who was there to take care of the citizens of Kenya, who the risks have all been transferred to. As we sat in the Lands Committee, for instance, and we went through myriads of complaints, even in some of the infrastructure projects, we wondered, where does the buck stop? So we would urge and make sure that this bill is robust in the way of ensuring that the government still remains responsible and accountable to its citizens, even within these PPP arrangements, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, for us, one of the things that I have seen, there's a good committee, and I'm very happy that the county governments have also been included in this, because really, as has been seen in the developed world, the local governments really would benefit from a PPP arrangement at the local level, especially if the right financing and bond are taken out by the national government, as was done by the US through the Obama administration in the past. Mr. Speaker, though, one of the things I am, and even though I haven't quite studied this very in detail, is the opportunity for renegotiation. The provisions for opportunity for renegotiations must be very robust in this bill, because PPPs are such that they're heavy in investment, but then there's also quite a lot of things that can change in the period, because these are long-term projects. Now, if something changes, then the bill and the piece of legislation must lend itself to opportunities for renegotiation, to take into account the new developments, and to make sure that we correct course as we go along. There could be a number of things that could go wrong. It could be perhaps performance issues with the private sector. It could be change in policy of the government. And so we must see in this bill, or in this piece of legislation, an opportunity for us as Kenya to make sure that we can change course and we can renegotiate. That I don't see it coming out very clearly, but I hope that because we have a very robust committee, and that a lot of the issues around how these infrastructure projects are being managed have been listed. So I hope that aspect is revamped and strengthened a little, so that then we don't have a situation where, should there be changes, should there be variations, should there be force majeure, should there be whatever number of things that can come in long-term nature of these projects, that we have a chance to actually then make sure we don't get disadvantaged in any sense. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much. A lot has been said, because we do have a lot of business. I will just end there. But one last one, as the vice chairperson of the ICT committee, is also the value of data collected within a PPP arrangement. What normally does happen is that when a PPP arrangement is got into, government will engage and the private sector will execute. In the course of the execution, a lot of data comes to be owned by the private sector. This data then is mined not necessarily by the government, by the private sector. And in the age of data being the new gold, it's about time also this piece of legislation is dynamic enough, this piece of legislation is progressive enough, and is fit for the purpose of today, that certain data protection to benefit the data subject or the data owner, which is going to be the country, that we do not get disenfranchised. A lot of partnerships, even in the ones that are not PPPs, even just looking at the pandemic that we are dealing with right now, a lot of cases where then there's a partnership that has been got into, a lot of data tends to go to the, say, the partner that's providing the resources or the partner that's executing. And in this case, what happens that we are disenfranchised, our data is not in our hands, and what do? We then end up not knowing how to do things next time, or not knowing what the value of the data that was created, and therefore who owns that data. With those few remarks, I support and hope that if we can add value to it, we will definitely propose a few more things, but this is timely and will really go a long way in ensuring that we have a good framework for collaboration between the public and the private sector. I thank you and I support.
Thank you, Senator Abshiru Harake. Now, Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank the President and everybody who is in this.
Ni hoja gani ya nidhamu, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, I observed the manner in which Senator Nyamunga took off the honorary sash and bundled it and dumped it on the table. Mr. Speaker, that is a national award. It signifies that she's a hero, that she's done something great for this country. Is it in order for her to manhandle the sash in the manner in which she has manhandled that sash?
Senator Kajwang, I thought she was just preparing so that she can speak on this matter, but I didn't see her manhandling it. Senator Rose Nyamunga. Senator Rose Nyamunga, I thought Senator Sakaja explained the way it's supposed to be done.
Something is wrong somewhere. I think that's fine.
You're fine. Proceed.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, some of these things, we are seeing them in a very long time. So we may not be very familiar on how to handle them, but definitely had no intentions of manhandling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that vein, I want to thank the President and everybody in authority who has made it possible for us to get some of these rewards. That's a very high honor, and I'm very grateful to the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I think for us to show seriousness, if a bill like this comes to the House, it shows that Parliament of Kenya is very, very serious. A bill of, this bill of a public-private partnership, if you put it together with the bill of county resource development, these two bills, once they are passed in Parliament, it will boost our rate of development. Mr. Speaker, there is no way a national government or one government can develop its country the way it should be done. We need to put our house in order and to make sure that we join and combine efforts. If we don't combine efforts, it will take us much, much longer to realize the necessary development that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, if the first governors who were put in place, if there was a framework, and I really want to congratulate the National Assembly for passing this bill. It is now in this House. We've had a lot of time to work on this bill as a finance committee, and we are very, very optimistic that members of this House will see it very fit and very important and really urgent for us to pass this bill. This bill, once it is passed and regulations put in place, it is good to have public people, private people working together. But it's also very important that the public is protected. This bill will go a long way to protect the people of Kenya and even the resources of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if one thing, let's talk about waste management. If there is public-private arrangement whereby we can manage our waste, by this time, I think the country would have been very far. Even the problem of we have of power bills going very high is because of lack of such arrangements. Because the moment we have waste management, if it is developed well, we will produce power from waste management. We will produce manure. That one will go to help in the agriculture. We will also create a lot of employment for our people. So some of these things are very, it's very timely. But what is critical is how it is done so that the people of Kenya don't burn their fingers in the process. The procurement bill, that's also a very critical bill, because if you put the procurement bill together with this public-private partnership and county resource development bill, those three put together can take this country very far. If we have a family where we look at only the head of the family to take care of every aspect, there will be no development in that country. But the moment people are apportioned their responsibility, the development comes in very, very quickly, and everybody is on board. Agriculture. The moment this bill is put in place, our agriculture will definitely go up. Because the moment we have public-private partnership, we can have a partner who will bring value, who will bring our input to our agriculture. And by input, for example, in Ahero or in Kisumu County, whereby we are dealing with the rice scheme, the sugar industry, those two industries can be developed to benefit many, many people, and the farmers in those areas will benefit. So in agriculture, we need a public-private partnership. That's why another area. Another area is in transportation, already mentioned by Senator Sakaja. We need transportation upgraded in all our counties. I know now all our youth are on boda. Boda is a good thing, but it should not be our pride that in our country we can only move by boda. By now, we should be thinking on how we should be upgrading our transport system by going for the super buses that once you are in them, you feel secure, and will also control the number of accidents that we have. If you go to some of the hospitals, you will see the number of accidents that are occurring in our counties as a result of boda. Boda is good because it takes you wherever you want very fast, and it has made even business very easy for our business people at the rural level. But the level of damage that is also doing to our people at the same time is critical. So I think the transport system also needs public-private partnership, agriculture, I've said waste management, and housing. There is no county government which will be able to produce or to build enough houses to take care of their citizens, or even as a nation. If you go to the development world, I think most of this housing that we see out there, they are under public partnership. So I think I want to encourage the National Treasury, the national government, to make sure that once this bill is put in place, it should be fast-tracked so that we start gaining or getting accruing benefits from it immediately. It's not one bill that you want to put in the shelves and forget about, because it will fast-track our development, it will bring a lot of employment to our young people, it will help us, even in the agenda for the president, where we have industries, we have agriculture, food security, we have housing, and any other agenda, and even infrastructure. It's already mentioned that for us to have proper infrastructure, the government can't do it. It's very expensive. For example, even the expressway that we have, it's a very expensive project, but it's going to improve this city. Everybody will see the benefit of the expressways. Now we can criticize it, or we can talk negatively about it because we look at it politically. But for me, I'm looking at Nairobi 50 years to come. I'm not looking looking at Nairobi of today, where we have our politics, and whatever which is done, whether positive, people must make sure that it is negated so that we get our political mileage. It is not about getting political mileage. It is about giving the people of Kenya the development that we need. So this is a very timely bill, and I would like everybody to support it and make sure that it is passed, taken to the President for assent, and to be put into practice. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Asante Senator Rose Nyamunga. Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and I take note that this bill has come from the National Assembly, and in the good manners that was established by the High Court, it has been brought to the Senate because it is a bill that concerns counties. Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes to annul the 2013 Act and also makes a few amendments to that Act, including a few institutional reorganization and broadening certain issues that were a little bit amorphous in the earlier bill. Mr. Speaker, our governors have complained that the existing framework for PPPs in the country is one that inhibits rather than encourages public-private partnerships. And in this bill, I do hope that their views were taken into consideration, and I have no doubt that the Finance Committee of the Senate that has submitted a very detailed report to this House took the views of governors, who are the people with boots on the ground, into consideration to ensure that what we have as an amendment is one that will help them to facilitate public-private partnerships in those counties. Mr. Speaker, looking at the portal that has been put up by the PPP unit, which this bill seeks to redesignate as a PPP directorate, I can see that there are about 64 projects that this unit has considered. Of the 64 projects, only 6 of them are post-procurement, and 18 are at procurement stage, while 40 are at pre-procurement stage. If you look at that pipeline, Mr. Speaker, it tells you that it takes a long time for projects to mature through this PPP pipeline. When you look at the projects that are in post-procurement stage, they relate to the roads annuity program. And Mr. Speaker, I think the Roads Committee owes this House and the nation a detailed explanation on why the roads annuity program collapsed, because it was a basis upon which the promise of 10,000 roads were delivered. And some of those 10,000 kilometer roads was made, and those roads were traversing each and every county. And Mr. Speaker, even me, when I go back to my county, people are asking why the annuity roads program did not take off. There were significant challenges, and I do believe that part of it was the contracting arrangement and the fact that money was coming from the private sector to provide a public good. And an assessment of the annuity roads program, its success or its failure, would inform us in ensuring that we have the right laws to guide PPPs. Another project that is at post-procurement, Mr. Speaker, is the Lamu Coal project. Mr. Speaker, I find this to be one of the biggest embarrassments of this nation and one of the decisions that this generation has made that will haunt us when we think of the future generations. And I was very delighted, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks at the United Nations General Assembly, when China made a public commitment that they will stop sponsoring coal-based power projects in China or outside China. With that, the Lamu Coal project has, by all definitions, collapsed because China was going to be one of the key financiers of this project. Of course, there are public-spirited individuals who have gone to court to talk about the destruction of the ecosystem and the effects on biodiversity of having a coal project in Lamu in such a fragile ecosystem. And Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Lamu Coal project went through this PPP pipeline to the point where procurement was done, to the point where it was being stopped in courts, and it was being stopped by environmental activists, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that then there could be something missing. There could be a level of rigor a level of ethical concern and a level of moral responsibility that is still missing in our PPP consideration. Because in any sane thinking country, the Lamu Coal Power Project should not have succeeded. In a country with vast geothermal potential, in a country with huge hydropower potential, in a country that is endowed with wind, it was irresponsible for the PPP unit to midwife this Lamu Coal project, which has since collapsed. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to expand the procurement methods available for PPPs. The 2013 Act had the two methods that I would call fairly competitive. Because in the 2013 Act, the procurement methods that were permissible was competitive bidding and privately initiated proposal. Now, Mr. Speaker, the bill has added the aspect of restricted bidding and direct procurement. And I think that is dangerous. There are countries, there are jurisdictions that have gone through similar laws and processes with greater success, but they have not permitted non-competitive bidding. Mr. Speaker, it's not too long ago when we were in the Committee on Roads, when Senator Cherargei posed a question on the procurement of a road that traverses northern Kenya. And the response that we got from the CS involved was that the road was procured under restricted tendering. Now, this is hundreds of millions of shillings, and because it's restricted tendering, and they've cited security as a reason for restricted tendering, they do not wish to cooperate with the committee, to tell the committee how many kilometers, to tell the committee the quality of the road, whether it was tarmac, whether it was gravel. And so you've got this shroud of silence that accompanies restricted and bidding and these non-competitive practices. Mr. Speaker, I think this is dangerous. And if we are not careful, we are going to end up with many more Anglo-leasing type issues. We are going to end up, because this country, our history with procurement is well known, such that if you now open the door that the CS Treasury can come up with guidelines on non-competitive bidding, this can be grossly abused. And we have seen that abuse in the road sector. And thank God, Senator Cherargei has generated a statement which the Roads Committee will seek to interrogate to see the extent to which the executive has abused that provision. I find it a little bit dangerous to use this provision for PPPs. But perhaps the comfort I get is that the rigor and the stages and processes that are involved in coming to fruition of a public-private partnership will then reduce the chances of mischief that we have seen in our public procurements. Mr. Speaker, the old Act, I said, had privately initiated proposals. And I've had an occasion in my county to deal with a privately initiated partnership proposal. We've had two in Homa Bay County. The first one happened around 2013-2014, when the first governor of the county was elected. And Mr. Speaker, it was an age that perhaps only Dickens could have put in words. It was a time, just as in that wonderful book by Charles Dickens, A Tale of Two Cities. It was a time of hope. It was a time of great expectations. Mr. Speaker, every governor would come up with great projects that they were launching. In my county, Governor Cyprian Awiti, in his characteristic style, launched the 560 billion Agri-City project. And Mr. Speaker, at that time, the national budget of the Republic of Kenya did not exceed 2 trillion. And so he told the people of Homa Bay and the people of Kenya that he has found a private investor willing to inject 560 billion Kenya shillings into the economy of Homa Bay County. That was going to provide low-cost housing. It was going to set up industrial complexes. It was going to ensure there would be roads. It was going to kill us with development. Mr. Speaker, 7 years down the line, nothing has happened. The only thing that has happened is that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is investigating claims that 200 million shillings was stolen in the process. And you see, Mr. Speaker, without a clear legislative framework, any person with a skin lighter than mine who shows up in a governor's office and masquerades as an investor, Mr. Speaker, the nation has now been treated to the antiques, even though it is all in comedy and fiction. the antics of a gentleman from Democratic Republic of Congo, the guy who uses several tricks to convert paper into money. And the young people can tell you the antics of this gentleman who, to use the words Ngamwaya Chemical. These are the same kind of fraudsters that have been coming to county government offices. How could a right-thinking county government with a budget of 6 billion then announce to the world that 560 billion was coming? That was a clear setup for a con. And Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the EACC to expedite its investigations and tell the people of Homa Bay the truth, whether indeed 200 million shillings was stolen from the county government of Homa Bay. And if indeed it was, then those who were in office at that time should be held culpable. Then time passed, Mr. Speaker, and we were heading into another competitive election. We then had another PPP. This time, the first one of Agri-City were investors from Oman. This time we had investors from Turkey. Mr. Speaker, the investors from Turkey came and promised they were going to build a 3.8 billion level 6 hospital with 210 beds, and that the completion of the project would be within a year's time. Mr. Speaker, the governor went there with his with the executive committee, with a caterpillar, and they broke ground. That was in 2018. To date, the Homa Bay County Teaching and Referral Hospital is described by almost everyone as a death chamber. Of course, I've visited it, and I think the public is a little bit unkind because you don't judge a book by the cover. The exterior is very decrepit, but inside, there have been some little improvements. But what we have not seen is a 3.8 billion PPP project that the county had promised. Mr. Speaker, as a senator of Homa Bay, when the 3.8 billion PPP project was announced, I became skeptical following the Agri-City scandal. And so I visited the PPP unit at the Treasury. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that unit has got some of the sharpest and brightest young men and women this republic has within the investment circles. They put me down, and they gave me the procedure prescribed in the Act for publicly initiated proposals. They told me very clearly that what had happened in my county was nowhere close to a PPP, because some guys from Turkey came and had a conversation with the governor, and they got excited, and the next day they launched and announced. That is not a PPP. It is only a PPP once proper feasibility studies have been done. Technical, financial, ecological. You have to look at the entire breadth. You have to look at issues of sustainability. You have to look at issues of value for money. And so, Mr. Speaker, for any governor who wishes to cut corners in rushing to sign contracts with foreigners or with people who come to them simply because they've either bleached their skin or because they have of a lighter complexion, so everyone thinks they're investors, we must remind them that this law, that this House hopefully will pass this afternoon, will be the yardstick with which they will be measured. Mr. Speaker, I pray that once this House passes this bill, some projects that have been hanging, stuck in the pipeline, like Magwagwa Dam, Mr. Speaker. This is a project that has been pushed by the Lake Basin Development Authority. And Magwagwa Dam has got a huge transformational impact on Western Kenya. It will result in control of flooding that is perennial, that is seen not just in Kano area, but in areas like Nandi, the entire Western region. It will enhance food security. It will be able to generate electricity. Mr. Speaker, it will create employment. It will come along with industrial zones, export processing zones. Mr. Speaker, this Magwagwa Dam alone, if there was anybody who was making an economic promise to the people of Western Kenya, and by Western Kenya I do not mean Nyanza, but the entire region from parts of Rift Valley into Gusii, into Western Province and into Nyanza Province, it will be the completion of Magwagwa Dam. It is stuck at the PPP unit, and it is stuck at the pre-procurement stage. I hope that once we have clarity in the Act, the relevant bodies are going to move faster. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must be creative, and those of us who are in this House who wish to become governors in the next government, I want to promise them that this country is in so much financial distress occasioned by heavy borrowing, that it will be a great miracle for equitable share to rise above the current 370 billion Kenya shillings. Kenyans want a reduction of taxation, especially taxation on essential products like fuel products. And when you reduce taxation, definitely you reduce the revenues of a country. Mr. Speaker, there's been debate about people who have stashed billions of shillings abroad. But we are not having debate on how to tax the assets and the wealth that still remains in this country. Tax avoidance, tax evasion is still one of our biggest leaks when it comes to our tax basket. Mr. Speaker, in the next division of revenue, probably the next one, we will make political promises because no one wants to reduce the amount of money going to counties. But in the first division of revenue under the next administration, Mr. Speaker, whether it is Baba or it is the other gentleman, they will have no headroom to increase the amount of money going to counties. I know that some of the political formations have promised that at least 35% of revenues will go to counties. But there could be practical difficulties in implementing that. So what do you do as a governor, newly elected, with a wage bill that is already at 60%? Because unfortunately, that's what some of you are going to find in the counties. This time, governors are hiring all their hecklers and youth wingers and campaigners. They're putting them into county payrolls. You will find them there when you go to the counties. You will realize that all the money you have is for paying salaries. You will realize that there'll be billions of shillings in pending bills, most of them fishy, you will be required to pay. You will realize that the citizen there in the county, the woman in the market, is so overtaxed that you cannot increase taxes. You will realize that people are in so much pain that you cannot revise your valuation roll. Mr. Speaker, where will the next governor of Kisii get money to convert Kisii into the Dubai of Kenya? He will have to go for public-private partnerships. Mr. Speaker, I know they have hired enough people who sometimes spend their time walking around with rungus, waiting for trouble to check in so that they can repel them. I think we saw that in the last 1 week. But that's on a lighter note. The serious problem in our counties is that we think that we can solve issues of economic deprivation by providing direct employment. And so we have overemployed. Public-private partnerships will be the solution for those governors who are going to take office. I'm glad that this bill has now provided a section that provides clarity for county governments, even though it still requires county governors to get written permission from the directorate that has been established at the Treasury. But at least it provides some clarity and brings in the role of county assembly. Mr. Speaker, if you want to go to Homa Bay to become the governor in 2022, for you to revive the fisheries sector, do not wait for government financing through equitable share. Go for a public-private partnership. The Chinese have mastered the art of fishing. The Vietnamese and those people who have expertise in deep-sea fishing, talk to them in a structured manner without corruption, and we shall be able to revive fisheries industry. If you want to revive transport in Lake Victoria, Mr. Speaker, go for public-private partnership. Since independence, we, the people of the lake, we have begged to be given a ferry, just like the people at the coast, and we've been met with studious silence. The solution will be in public-private partnership. Mr. Speaker, each and every county government is now building stadia, huge stadia, and yet we are not promoting youth development in sports. Who is going to play in those stadiums? Mr. Speaker, we have seen in places like Turkey, they have encouraged the private sector to be the ones to build stadia, to be the ones to manage sports teams, and to be the ones to manage talent academies. If you want to spur investment in sport and to tap into the creativity and ability of our youth, particularly in counties that have got the ability and the talent to engage in sports, it will have to be public-private partnership. Mr. Speaker, even when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to issues to do with trade, like markets, abattoirs, public-private partnership will be the way to go. I therefore support, and I want to urge the House that we pass this and put the Cabinet Secretary under immense pressure to bring the relevant regulations before Parliament so that we can operationalize this act and we can allow our county governments to proceed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think we should also put a caveat that a governor whose nearing the end of his second term should not be allowed to engage in a public partnership agreement at least not 6 months to the election or 1 year to the election, because effectively what they will do is that they will transfer some functions and assets to cronies so that they continue milking those counties once they are out of office. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Moses Kajwang. Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I support this bill for the following reasons. Number one, this bill provides a legal framework to enable the private sector to participate in national development. Secondly, it strengthens the existing secretariat, the PPP Secretariat or PPP unit, which has been in existence for many years, headed by Mr. Kamau, who is the secretary. But unfortunately, they have never pushed through a single project to conclusion for the last 10 years. So we hope the new institutional framework will speed up the process. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill will remove the opaque nature of procurement processes with regard to public-private partnership. Mr. Speaker, sir, it will not be an overstatement to say that a lot of development corruption has taken place in the guise of pushing for PPP projects. And fourthly, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it gives effect to one of the most important provisions we have on economic justice, which is Article 227 of the Constitution. Article 227, Mr. Speaker, sir, provides for the need for the country to develop and implement a procurement process which is transparent and which gives people of this country value for money. Mr. Speaker, I do support this bill for the fifth reason, which is that it recognizes the role of public-private partnership projects in counties. I remember, Mr. Speaker, about 6 years ago, when I was the leader of majority, there was a motion to remove from office the governor of the county of Kericho, the Honorable Chepkwonyi. And one of the reasons, one of the charges which had brought the governor of Kericho County before this House on an impeachment proceeding was having endorsed a PPP project without the enabling legal framework that would allow him to engage the private actor to undertake a certain development project in Kericho County. So I hope this bill now gives the much needed legal clarity for our governors and county governments to engage private sector in the development of our counties without encountering legal difficulties. Sixthly, this bill, again with regard to PPPs in counties, recognizes the important role of county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, county assemblies, being the legislative arm of our county governments, play a critical role, and this bill has appreciated that role, and we hope as county assemblies consider and approve PPP projects in counties, they will be guided by Article 185 of the Constitution as read together with Article 174, paragraph C of the Constitution on public participation in identification of projects and also in the prioritization of PPP projects. I see one big challenge with this bill, Mr. Speaker, even if I support it, and this is that it's loading the country with more institutions. And I don't know why we cannot use the existing institutions to achieve some of the things we want to achieve. And every time there's a new bill, another institution is created. And you'll find in this bill, the Secretariat of the PPP department in the Treasury has been elevated into a full directorate. There is a project fund to oversight these projects and so many other institutions. And therefore, we must move away going forward from institutionalism and the belief that institutions can solve our problems. We are just creating more jobs for a few people and increasing recurrent costs of this government, which is almost crumbling under debt and the wage bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, I support this bill for bringing on board to our legal framework transparency, efficiency, and value for money in the engagement of the private sector in national development. I support.
Thank you, Professor Kindiki. Senator Sam Ongeri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute and make comments on this public-private partnership bill of 2021. This bill has 88 sections that define how the bill is going to look like and eventually become an act of parliament. One of the things that is attractive in this bill is provides a long-term contract between a private party and a government agency for providing a public asset or for providing service to the public entity, whether it's a national government or a county government. Section 64 to 67 relates to how the county governments can be able to process and activate the public-private partnership in order to be able to leverage on the advantages that are accrue from the public-private partnership. One of the things that we all must accept that when you create the public asset or you create a public service, it expands your GDP. And therefore, once your GDP is expanded, the likelihood of creating employment opportunities is very high. One of the attractions, again, with this PPC, the P3s, is that the private party bears a significant risk and management responsibilities. And this has already been assessed according to the World Bank report of 2012, that indeed the risk that is taken by the private sector may not be a risk that can also be undertaken by the public sector. We know that any government, whether national or county level, would need extra resources that are not being provided for in the budget. Our budgets are restricted because of the nature, Mr. Speaker, of the taxes that have been levied on people, and therefore the collections cannot be beyond a given market, a given mark. And it's important, therefore, to be able to look for extra resources elsewhere to be able to advance the development agenda of a national government or a county government. Therefore, it's very attractive and indeed a very good idea, because we know and we have witnessed that one of the reasons why we prefer the public-private partnership because the private sector is able to galvanize participation in providing extra resources and dormant funds that are lying in pension funds, lying elsewhere in some other funds which have been kept away, waiting for an opportunity to be able to invest in some bankable projects that one can be able to do. And therefore, I agree with that concept that because the private sector is able to galvanize those funds, bring them on the table, be able to reduce public sector administrative costs by entering into a PPP, and it allows the risks to be shared and also reduces the problem of public sector budget constraint as well as public sector which possesses a very high mobility in being able to achieve the objective within a given timelines that has been set by the agreement. It's important to also note that one of the essential elements that must be adhered to and must be agreed upon is the question of the stages of establishing the PPPI. The PPP, not the PBBI. The PPP, the 3 Ps, is domiciled in the National Treasury, where you have a secretariat now which is going to be expanded to form a directorate, with the Director General as the person who is in charge of that secretariat. We have also seen in the bill somewhere else where they have captured that there will be a representation by the Council of Governors by 2 governors to represent the interests of the county governments, of the 47 county governments in that government. The innovative aspect of this bill is the provision that the county assemblies will be required to be able to pass an agreement or any proposals being made in respect of the public-private partnerships. And therefore, they will have the first opportunity to be able to pass that element. The uncomfortable bit of it, Mr. Speaker, is when they have to seek permission from the National Treasury. This may be a cumbersome element, because once you've given them the opportunity, and they are also part and a parcel of that directorate, the wider directorate, and in the council where they are going to participate in that place, I think that element of timelines must be debated and reduced the most minimum, so that Treasury or the PPI Secretariat doesn't have to create excuses why they are delaying a particular project being done efficiently. I must say, the county governments today, one of the most essential elements that needs to be provided for in the county government, and the resources being devolved to the county governments may not be sufficient, is the issue of water. Water and sanitation are such critical factors in the county governments that need to have additional resource to be able to meet the demands of water provisions to our populations at the county level. And these are direct bearing on health status of a county. Water is life, and without water, many people suffer of very many other communicable diseases that will require minimum sanitation levels to be able to clear them. In fact, some of the costs on health expenditure can be reduced by 50% by just a provision of water and maintaining a certain level of sanitation for that county, and people will be able to be very happy, and people will be able to accept that they have been able to achieve certain milestones just by the provision of water. And I believe the public-private partnership in the area of water provision in the county governments will be one such noble aspect of the projects that will need to be invested in and be able to get results, better results, and very good yields because of that approach that we may have adopted. Another area that will be able to attract a lot of interest is in the area of health sector. You know, there is both the preventive and promotive aspect of health sector, which is cost effective in the long run, rather than curative process, which is expensive, but we still need the curative process, particularly in the non-communicable diseases that we do encounter from day to day. And the provisions of the pharmaceutical products and non-pharmaceutical products to our hospitals. And therefore, we want a partnership that will be able to ensure a timely provision of those products on a timely manner so that our patients do not suffer, and where it promotes both the promotive and public health sector aspect of it, that delivery, that procurement process must also be done in good time so that people, our people, apart from enjoying access to water, can also enjoy good health, because health is defined as a very important index in society. Any country which has achieved a certain minimum level of health provision enjoys life in full. And I think we have every responsibility to spend our resources, the ones that we exact taxes from people, you must plow back those dividends to the people for them to enjoy those results without any problem and without any difficulties whatsoever. One of the other elements that needs to be shared between the national government and the county government is in the provision of the infrastructure development aspect of it. Some of the county governments do not have the capacity to be able to raise resources beyond their normal conditional grants that they get from the national government and the funds that we decide in this Senate and the National Assembly through the DORA and the CARA provision. The Division of Revenue Bill, which is now capped at 370 billion for the 47 counties, and then the CARA, the County Allocation Revenue Bill, which again distributes horizontally the amount that must go to each county. When you look at those budgets, they can hardly, and you look at the development budget, some of the counties can hardly have 2 or 3 billion Kenya shillings for development. And therefore, they cannot enter into capital development, capital investment in some of these very important and very essential departments like health, water, and sanitation, and of course in the provision of drugs and non-pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical drugs, and in the area of immunization as a primary health care delivery system to our people. And we need, therefore, to access resources beyond the normal budget that we have in our kitty. And therefore, this provides a very important channel through which the private sector can be able to improve on the status and the economic well-being of a county government. Now, I must say, right from the outset, that the major infrastructure road network, we have not had a fair share in terms of national equity in getting the infrastructure going to each and every county. We've seen this infrastructure concentrated in certain areas, and I must say that some of the roads that we had put in the budget that had been given a budget line are no longer being developed. That money has maybe, probably, I don't know, been shifted to other counties for development. And I must say, with a lot of disappointment, Mr. Speaker, that a road like, for instance, in my county, a road like, there was a road that was supposed to be done, it was in the budget in the Kibaki administration. We managed to get it back in the budget in the current government's administration. Kemera, Amabuko Road, coming to Keroka, going to Ibacho, on to Kiamukama and to Nyacheki, and then another branch coming from Ibacho going to Birongo has not been done. And it's nowhere, anywhere, even in the current budget. And yet it was there in the budget, there was a provision made for it. And it's my expectation that such infrastructure, because this is money that has been accessed externally through public, either through public government-to-government arrangements, and the borrowings, and therefore we are entitled to that kind of section of infrastructure. We have not seen it. The Sosera corner, Nyantrago Road has not been done. It's just stuck. The one from Ekona, Ramasha to Masimba, connecting Gesusu Road has not been done. The road network in Yaribari Church is not completed. The road network in Bomachoge Church has not been completed. And the road network in Bomachoge Boraba has not been completed. Leave alone the road network in Bonchari, which is already to a certain extent been done, but more so the north Kitutu and South Kitutu has not been done, and within the city center. So for this money, which has been borrowed externally as part of the public debt, we ought to have to share the infrastructure results or benefits or dividends that accrue to that one. I hope that when this bill it finally becomes an act of parliament, because it touches both on the national government and the county governments. There are those projects which are mega that will have to be done by the national governments. There are those which will be done by the county governments. But one area which I'm interested in, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that when this becomes an act of parliament, that the government, both the national and the county governments will partner together, is creating new industrial parks in county governments to be able to generate the micro and small scale micro enterprises in manufacturing sector with the potential of creating enough employment opportunities for our people to be able to access employment, also access and add value addition for the products that are being produced locally. There are so many items, like for instance in my county, the avocado. We have a factory which has been added by the current governor, which is a great thing, but we need to increase that capacity to be able to do value addition for avocado so that our farmers can get respectable prices. We have done the cold storage at Kiamukama, but I believe that with time going forward, that we need to increase such cold storages throughout the county to provide for access of farmers to that cold storage where they can store their products and therefore access the market at a fair price. At the moment, when you get an avocado being sold for a penny, or 1 shilling, 2 shillings, and somebody brings it here, all they do is grading that avocado, and then they get about $2. Where is the farmer left? He's a miserable person. He can't meet his expectations, can't meet his health bill, he cannot meet his school fees bill, he cannot meet his food bill, and therefore the farmer becomes a miserable person. And therefore it's my contention that one of the purposes of this bill is to be able to rationalize, equalize, and have a sense of equity being given to all counties to access, to be able to improve the farming lot, because after all, agriculture is a fully developed sector. Agriculture is the main backbone of our society, of our county. It's one of the big earners of foreign exchange earning. We need to get the value for our tea, the value for our coffee, the value for our pyrethrum, and therefore this infrastructure and value addition to the agricultural products is so critical, so important, instead of just throwaway prices. Our milk prices are not attractive yet, and yet farmers are being encouraged to keep dairy animals. And when they sell the milk to the milk farms, we do not get the equivalent of the value or the investment that our farmers made to those items. And therefore, I hope that this is one of the areas where the county government will make a deliberate effort to be able to address some of these outstanding issues that affect the infrastructure development in our counties, so that we can have our farmers, we can have our residents in counties to be able to develop and grow. We have the urban centers that need to grow. The issue of garbage collection and disposal of garbage and the way of turning garbage into some products that can be generated from garbage processing is so critical. Nairobi, for instance, the garbage mound that you see in the various areas It's enough to create enough energy for this town if we can be able to be harnessed, the one in the Eastlands. And we've just left it to go there, and we see litter of garbage all over the place, and we need to harness that garbage for useful energy production, clean energy production, so that we do not have to spend money on some of these the gases. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this bill, and I accept that it's a very elaborate bill, 88 sections, which touch literally every corner of the problems that we have noted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Profesa Sam Ongeri kwa mchango wako. Sasa nataka kumuita Senator Olekina naye aweze kuchangia.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I'd like to make a few contributions to this very timely bill on public-private partnership. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I have to state it here for the public to know that a public-private partnership project traditionally cost more than a regular procurement, public procurement entity. This is mostly used to build highways, do projects. And I think this is well advised by the Vision 2030, which set up a blueprint that put the country of Kenya into a situation where it is expected to grow into a middle-income developed country or industrial country. The biggest problem that I have with such a bill, Mr. Speaker, which I hope that our Committee on Delegated Legislation will be able to really pay a very close microscopic view when it comes to the issue of the regulations. Mr. Speaker, public-private partnership may sound very good to everyone, but the biggest problem we have is that it's debt. It is another form of debt. We have got so many people who traverse this country when they say, and I'm sure my colleague, Senator Moses Kajwang, had alluded to it, people who come and say, I have big investors from abroad who can be able to come and partner with county governments and then build multi-billion-dollar industries. This is really not the case. And I hope that now that the Treasury, or rather the sponsors of this bill, which came from the National Assembly, seek to do away with the bureaucrats or the bureaucracy which was there with the public procurement, with the PPP Act of 2013, by removing all those steps of getting approval to reducing them into 3, I hope that once they seek to do is not to create more debt for this nation. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the advantages of the PPPs, one would say that once carried it effectively and through a microscopic financial lens, then it will be very beneficial for the country. These are projects which ordinarily will take a very long period of time. In fact, the minimum is about 30 years. Like the project which is being built now from the airport all the way to Wayaki Way. That is a project which will only benefit this country in terms of the users, but in terms of any revenue going into the Kenya Revenue Authority, that money will not be there. Mr. Speaker, what I would hope that once we consider passing this bill, with a few amendments, because I've had a close look at what is being proposed. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to establish a directorate, and this directorate will also seek to establish a fund that will be funded by appropriation in aid, grants, donations. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to that, we don't want a situation where these so-called big investors come all the way from abroad and they come and say, we want to partner with this country, yet what they are doing is that they are putting us to sign, to sign off our sovereignty. And that is very, very easy for us to get ourselves into that trap. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is quite seldom that people actually read the fine detail of this public-private partnership. So I'd like to really encourage that as we are brought in this legislation, we need to think about the end game. It is very good from the onset. I would love that. I would love for each and every county, particularly, let's say, for instance, the county of Narok, to be able to sign a public partnership with a company that will collect all the garbage in the town, take it, use it to generate manure, use it to generate energy, and also sell that power into the town of Narok to reduce this constant power fluctuation. One phase is gone, which causes a lot of destruction to the small industries. But if we do that, we've got to really think about the sustainability. Will this be another burden to the public? Because, Mr. Speaker, there are people who come in and say, we have a particular good project, we have financiers to be able to come in, so long as we get a guarantee from the Ministry of Treasury. Now, what this bill is seeking, it is seeking now to also involve the county governments, because the Public Partnership Act of 2013 did not envision the county government seeking these partnerships. But now, every county wants to develop, and I'd be very skeptical. I'd be very careful in allowing county government to sign these contracts without direct supervision, without a fine microscopic lens on the terms, on conditions of this public partnership. Because some people might actually be doing it to enrich themselves, to better themselves. They might be signing off. They'll set up companies in Mauritius. They'll set up companies in Singapore, everywhere. But when it comes to the longevity of this project, you'll find that it may end up having to cost the public. I like one aspect of the bill, that any project which is said to be developed through a PPP, the implementing partner must set up a company. That company must have the support. It must have, let's say, for instance, Narok County as a minority shareholder. But what happens with these majority shareholders if they choose to change the ownership of their company and they get approval without really setting up the terms and conditions as to why they are changing? Could this end up being a scheme of get rich fast, where certain companies come in, they sign agreement with county governments. Once they sign agreement with county government, they get funding from the World Bank, because they have to look for funding somewhere, or they get money from other venture capitalists. But then, within a short time, when even the project is not completed, because there is a guarantee by the exchequer of this republic or by the treasury of each and every county government, they take off. They have made their money. They have not completed the project. So, Mr. Speaker, as we support this project, because I think they're good for the country, it will enable us, let's say, for instance, to have projects like roads, infrastructure development. It will enable us maybe to bring in competition in the power sector, where right now the monopoly is with Kenya Power. But we have to be very careful that any project we are doing, there is a capacity to understand the veracity of the project, the viability of the project, and that it will not end up being a big risk to the public. Because it is debt. Whichever way you look at it, it is debt. Any private-public partnership that comes in, there are three sources of financing. One is debt, the other one is equity, and the other ones are grants. Are these grants supposed to be repaid, or are these grants which are just given to be able to support that project? So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this, I'd want us to be very, very careful so that we don't end up overburdening our county governments. The national government is already overburdened, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the only way that I would support this is if there is no way that Kenyans will end up now having to put money or appropriate, not appropriation in aid, but appropriate money into this public-private partnership. I would want to see a situation whereby if people want to come and build another highway in Narok, let them bring all the money, we will give them the land, that will be our equity contribution. And this issue of becoming a minority shareholder should have actually be either a 50-50, because when you say that the locals, or rather the local governments or the partners should become minority shareholders if they're not putting in the money, you have to look at the long-term effect of this project, of this public-private partnership. Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I really wanted to be, just to highlight a few issues, I think it would be important for us to really enhance on the issue of local content. We don't want a situation whereby we have signed an agreement with a company from the UK, we have signed an agreement with a company from China, yet the construction of that road is done 100% by the Chinese. The construction materials are imported directly from China, Taiwan, or you name it. If there are any local materials that can be produced here, we need to look at the local content aspect. So I hope that when it comes to the issue of the regulations, it will, the Cabinet Secretary developing those regulations with the directorate, which being set up, they will enhance, they will really try to pay key attention to the issue of local content. And this is not a situation whereby one size fits all. All counties are different. You know, Narok might be interested in a particular thing. Look at the land which, let's say, for instance, if it's a highway, you know, what is available in that highway that will be able to benefit the local people. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not say that I support fully. I hope that the committee will be able to bring in a few amendments. I like the fact that the committee recommends that we pass it, but with amendments, so that we ensure that the public does not end up being conned by these so-called international businessmen who come here and mostly in a briefcase, and they tell you they have connections all over, and they tell the governor, you just pay us about 10 million shillings, come to Dubai, let's sign these contracts. Once we sign this contract, we'll be able to be given money by these finances. We have to be very careful, because my problem is this. If we do away with all these bureaucratic steps where it becomes very difficult and you make the procurement process much easier, we have to ask ourselves, is this direct procurement, is this restricted procurement going to cause more problems? Why not just open it, make it an open tender system, such that anyone around the world does not need to know me for them to be able to come and sign a public-private partnership with Narok County. They can be able to look at, Narok County can actually go to their website, list every project that they are seeking, partners abroad, people who can be able to do these projects which are more expensive than the ordinary procurements that we have. Once they do that, anyone out there has the ability, has the muscles, the financial muscles, that does not require another guarantee. The only guarantee, Mr. Speaker, that I would be happy for Narok County to give would be a guarantee that if it is a highway, they will guarantee that they will provide that load, that equity, they will give the land, and they will give all the support necessary to be able to achieve that, just like what we have done with this highway. You know, the National Land Commission must also be involved. So I hope that once we finalize this, we will be able to put those issues into perspective. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee, and I look forward to reading the regulations with the committee of Senator Faki. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante, Senator Olekina. Sasa nataka kumwalika Senator Gorich Juma aweze kuchangia.
Asante Mr. Speaker kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Mr. Speaker, kwanza kabisa kabla sijaenda kwa mswada huu, ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii kukupongeza kuwa katika baraza la maspika ya nyumba hii, na pia ningependa kukupongeza ya kwamba wewe umeendesha nyumba hii kwa lugha ya kitaifa, lugha ya Kiswahili, ambayo si rahisi kuendesha katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Imekuwa wakati mwingi, imekuwa desturi ya bunge zote za Kenya kuendesha kwa lugha rasmi ya Kiingereza. Nikienda moja kwa moja kwa mswada ambayo uko mbele yetu, kubinafsisha shirika la umma, kupata mswada huo hakika imekuja wakati mzuri kabisa, sababu kazi nyingi zimedorora kwa sababu zina haja kubwa ya kupatikana nguvu kazi ambayo ni nje ya wale ambao wanayofanya kazi hiyo. Sasa tukiweza kuweka sheria ya mwafaka ambayo itabinafsisha, kwa mfano katika kaunti nyingi utaona uchafu imejaa katika sehemu za makazi na sehemu za town pia. Tukiweza kubinafsisha na tukipeana shirika nyingine na iwe na sheria kama hiyo, kwa kweli kazi hiyo inaweza ikafanyika vizuri zaidi, Mr. Speaker, na kupatikana kwa sheria hiyo kwa wakati huu ni mzuri. Mr. Speaker, ukitembelea hospitali katika sehemu nyingi ya makaunti utakuta hospitali hizo ni chafu. Kwa hakika kama tunaweza kubinafsisha ile sehemu ya kufanya usafi peke yake ili iweze kuchukuliwa na watu wengine waweze kufanya pamoja na hospitali hiyo, hakika tunajua tutapata hospitali safi na tutapata nguvu kazi ambayo ni nguvu mpya. Mr. Speaker, ukitembea katika mji wa Eastleigh hii utakuta huo mji ni mchafu, kote kumejaa takataka. Na kama serikali hiyo ya kaunti ingeweza kubinafsisha hiyo sehemu ili kupeana watu fulani ambayo wanaweza kusimamia usafi peke yake ya mji huo, tunaweza pata mji safi. Na kwa hakika hii sheria tuliingojea iwe iko kwenye line, na kwa vile saa hii bunge la kitaifa imeweza kupitisha na ikatuletea pande hii, sisi tungeweza kuunga mkono ili hii sheria ifanye kazi. Na ikiwa itafanya kazi hivyo, kwa hakika Mr. Speaker, sisi tutapata nguvu kazi, nguvu mpya ambayo itakuwa ni kweli imebinafsishwa kazi hiyo. Pia inaleta uwiano kati ya mashirika mbili, ambayo ni ile shirika ambayo yatenda kazi na ile shirika ambayo imebinafsisha inaweza kufanya kazi pamoja. Na watu ambao watakuwa wako nje ya serikali ama shirika hiyo watakuwa na uwazi ya kuona kuna kazi inafanyika, kwa sababu itakuwa ni watu wengi wanafanya kazi hiyo na kutakuwa na uwiano na ushirikiano ya karibu. Mr. Speaker, mimi naunga mkono. Asante kwa nafasi.
Asante sana Gori Juma. Nashukuru kwa wewe kunipa heko kwa kuweza kuteuliwa kuwa katika jopo la wasaidizi wa spika. Nasema asante. Sasa nataka kumwalika Senator wa Nandi, Senator Samson Cherargei.
Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I've had a new word called nguvu kazi. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise by supporting this National Assembly Public-Private Partnership Bill. I think this law is long overdue, considering that as custodians of devolution, Mr. Speaker, we should be looking more into enhancing opportunities. We are aware, Mr. Speaker, as we talk today, the public debt continues to grow. It's approaching more than 7 trillion. And what does it that the National Treasury might indicate of rising to around 12 trillion Kenya shillings? So in the near future, the resources that will go to counties will continue to become a challenge. As we talk today, it continues to be a challenge. One of the biggest supporters of devolution has been the private sector and donations from various agencies and other diplomatic missions in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think when we put into perspective, because we have a number, most of us, Speaker, courtesy of your office, we have traveled on parliamentary business. And sometimes outside parliamentary business, many Kenyans who are in diaspora, and we did discuss amendment to diaspora directorate creation. Most of them request on how can they partner. Sometimes you travel abroad and some Kenyans would want to maybe send back medical equipment to the country. They want to partner with the local administration. We have sworn twinning of cities. I've seen Mombasa Governor Ali Hassan Joho is twinning with some city. I have seen a governor of Uasin Gishu, Jackson Mandago, twinning with other cities. And when it comes to those, Mr. Speaker, most of them concerns about public-private partnership, especially in manage of wastage, especially how to manage. Even this Nairobi City County, many counties going in the future will do a lot of twinning with various cities, and with those twinning comes with the issue of public-private partnership. So this is the right way to go in the first set of devolution. And second, most governors have tried to do public-private partnership, but there was no specific law that would govern this engagement between the private sector and public. And as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, we have seen even the intended expansion of uplands all the way to Mau Summit Road, that the French government wants to partner with Kenya. Some of them are under PPPs, Mr. Speaker. So we really want the law that would really guide it, especially to county governments. I think for some of us who in future, God willing, will be running county governments, this is the law that will guide the engagement in trying and expanding opportunities, creating a lot of opportunities for many young people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a snapshot and in an upshot, I want to say that when you look, my only issue, and I've had these committee amendments, is on the issue of offenses and penalties, Mr. Speaker. I agree that we should not allow, Mr. Speaker, my brother who earlier spoke before me indicated that there could be briefcase companies or individuals who would want to come into the country, sign funny contracts, they are bankrupt in their nations, they don't have necessary amount, Mr. Speaker, they don't have security that is needed, securitization of their documentation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, looking at it, it is very important that these issues of offense and penalties, I agree the way it has been drafted, but I would wish that it is be enhanced. That a person is to fine of not exceeding 2 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, this should go even up to around 10 million shillings, and imprisonment maybe go to around 7 years or even more than. And then, Mr. Speaker, a state officer shall not directly participate in any tender under this document. I think this is to avoid conflict of interest and to avoid Public Procurement and Disposal Act. I think just this is an import that has already been given under the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and finally on the directorate, shall not more than 3 months after this. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we already have directorate of PPP, but we would like also the Auditor General, which has been indicated, or any other form of ensuring that we do. I have seen this as an audited report that is presented before the order did not prepare and submit to the committee report on the state of public-private partnership in Kenya. I hope Parliament of the Republic of Kenya will have a role in this, because we would really want to know the state of public-private partnerships. We really want, so that, Mr. Speaker, if you're not careful, somebody can be a president doing a public-private partnership with other countries, but maybe it's the person himself as a natural person that is doing that transaction, yet he's committing the country. And I want to agree with my brothers who spoke that even governors who are coming at tail end, we should also not only on governors 6 months before the exit of, even the presidents, even maybe 3 months or 6 months before a president exits the second term, Mr. Speaker, they should not still have those powers to continue committing us, because they can commit us to something that benefit. And there is a country called Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. They allegedly, they have committed their country to trillions and billions of US dollars for 70 years. So you can imagine if a president who is exiting today, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, decide to commit to something that will be taken 70 to 100 years, Mr. Speaker, it will be unfair to us and the future generation. So, Mr. Speaker, on the audit of this, and we must get value for money. You remember yesterday, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, to allow the majority leader to reply, is yesterday we were even asking the value of money in Gamia 1 project, Mr. Speaker. And you have seen even we have invested a lot for the last 9 months under PPP, because there are people who have even generated to billions of shillings to the Gamia 1 project in oil exploration in Turkana, Mr. Speaker. And even the wind power that Kenyans were defrauded over 80 billion Kenyan shillings. Mr. Speaker, it was done under PPP agreement. When we asked the CS, who was just seated across me, they could not have tentative answer. Even we must also protect the private sector and provide the government. Because the private sector, through the PPP agreement in Gamia 1 oil exploration for 9 years, those explorations have not been done. So the PPPs that we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, is that we must be able to report to that, Mr. Speaker. In this, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is insisting that I finish. The number and types of values of public-private partnership tenders that have been cancelled, I think we need to be careful on this one, Mr. Speaker. Because sometimes, that is why I said we need to due diligence. This is my last point. If a company is domiciled, for example, in Italy or in US, we need to do due diligence so that they don't bring a bankrupt government, then you cancel, then they take you to court and you pay for that money, Mr. Speaker. So in all, I hope to see this in the committee of the whole to bring the necessary amendments, but I want to say that we need to support this not only in the interest of national government, but in the interest of the county governments to expand opportunities and to ensure it is not only protecting devolution, but to expand opportunities for our devolved nations, for devolved counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Asante sana Senator Cherargei kwa hayo majadiliano. Kwa sasa nataka, kwa sababu hakuna seneta mwingine ambaye angelitaka kuchangia katika hoja hii, sasa ninataka kumuita ambaye alileta hoja hii kuweza kujibu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to reply to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. I also wish to thank His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for being in the forefront in ensuring that infrastructure projects in this country are fast-tracked, and that whatever borrowing that we did, it was really, worth it, and the kind of level of the infrastructure development that this country has experienced for the past, at least let me say, 9 years, or more so in the last 4 years, has been immense. So, and Mr. Speaker, we just need somebody to continue with that legacy to ensure that this country is developed and Kenyans will see the benefit of those projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bit about this is also county government can engage. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure senators that who have shown that there is a concern about in terms of feasibility, that directorate, Mr. Speaker, it will have people who are skillful, and whether the project is undertaken by the national government or the county government, that team will scrutinize to do the financial feasibility, technical feasibility, and other, requirement to ensure that that project is delivered. The good thing about this project as well, Mr. Speaker, nothing stops a Kenyan who has the capital, technical skills, and ability to perform that project from performing. And then the other thing that is good about these PPPs is most of them will be self-paying. Whatever revenue that is generated from that project is the one that will be paid by to the person. The other thing is, if, for example, for example, if even the running of the secretariat is based on some performance levied of 1%, so it will be self-sufficient. And then the other thing is, if it is found, it's even within the law, that the project is paying itself quicker than it was envisaged. If, let's say, it was supposed to pay itself within 30 years, and it pays faster than that, in the contract, there will be a provision whereby now the Kenyans will stop paying for that project. So I think a lot of the worries, if you read the bill very careful, and you read together with the amendments, I think Finance Committee in the Senate did a lot of amendments in this bill, and you can look at them in the last pages. Together with those amendments, I think this is a great bill, and it should be supported. And Mr. Speaker, this bill will ensure that we develop without incurring, it will be also a relief in terms of the debt burden, because most of the projects are expected to pay self-revenue generating. And this project will be generating new revenue that will pay for this project. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. And Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 61.3, I request that the putting of the question be deferred to tomorrow. And I also wish to thank all the senators who have contributed to this bill. Thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante. Swali tutaliuliza kesho. Tunaweza tukaenda katika hoja hiyo nyingine.
Order number 13, the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2020, second reading.
Senator Abdullahi Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 141-1 of the Senate Standing Committee Standing Orders, that the Health Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I delve into the content of the bill, I would like to give some background information on the issues affecting human resource for health. Mr. Speaker, sir, the management of human resources for health has always been a matter of concern in this country. The management, the pre-devolution, we used to have problems all along, every time, of people striking, especially in the health sector, and it has continued to date, even after health was devolved, Mr. Speaker. Although after devolution, the key purpose, which was to bring service closer to the people, the challenge that faced this category of public officers has also increased post-devolution, Mr. Speaker. The delineation of functions between national and county government under the Constitution resulted in human resource for health being recruited at both the national and county level. In theory, this was the prescription that was supposed to have solved the problem, Mr. Speaker. But since it promised to make it easier for the country to absorb necessary capacity for human resources for health at both levels. However, and sadly so, due to the fact that the health function was not costed before being transferred to counties, so counties still continue to attract, employ, and train and retain the members of the health workers they need. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the Ministry of Health 2015 devolved HR policy guidelines on human resources, Kenya is one of the countries identified by WHO as having a critical shortage of healthcare workers. This shortage is markedly worse in the rural areas where understaffing levels of between 50 and 8% were documented at the former provisional and rural health facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, those of us from rural Kenya really suffer the effects of this shortage. For instance, in Wajir, according to the Kenya Health Workforce Report of 2017, my home county of Wajir, at the time of the preparations of that report, had a ratio of 9 doctors, had a number of 9 doctors, 41 clinical officers, and 16 nurses per 10,000. The combined ratio of doctors, clinical officers, and nurses was 1 per 10,000 per population, Mr. Speaker. Other counties in the rural Kenya, especially Samburu County, had the combined ratio of doctors, nurses, and clinical officers of 2.5 per 10,000 population, while Turkana had a ratio of 1.2 per 10,000. Migori had a ratio of 3.7 per 10,000, while Tana River had a ratio of 2 per 10,000. Mr. Speaker, when you look at all of this, you will see that Kenyans do not have enough health personnel who work in the rural counties. That's why if you go to the cities or the big towns, is where everybody is. Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru. Possibly if you go to Laikipia, you will just find them in Nanyuki town, but all the other places, people are really suffering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, during my service in the Health Committee, I have confirmed that some counties use up to 50% of their revenue to finance recurrent expenditure in respect to human resource for health. So when you use 50% of your resources for human health only, for staff, what happens to the other things you require? You will not be able to have enough vehicles. You will not be able to have enough drugs. You will not be able to have, let's say, facilities or infrastructure. So when you have to travel from the headquarters to go to the rural areas in Wajir, if you have to travel from Wajir town, let's say, to a place called Godoma, it's over 300 kilometers away. How will people work? How are these people going to help the people of these counties, Mr. Speaker, sir? Despite the investment, there is still a shortfall of human resources for health, which has resulted in poor working conditions for health workers in the country, Mr. Speaker. To date, human resource for health continue to face challenges of harassment, ethnic profiling, hostile working conditions, health workers shortages, stalled promotions, failure or refusal to absorb nearly posted health workers, resulting in severe shortage of health workers, inability for horizontal or vertical career progression, including inability for inter-county transfers or intergovernmental transfers, Mr. Speaker. As a result of these gaps in the management of human resource for health, the health workers in this country have continued to seek redress and have continually agitated for the establishment of Health Service Commission with full and independent executive functions and powers. Mr. Speaker, you know this one, that the members, you have been in the committee before. Whenever we call doctors or nurses, people on strike, they will always see that we want to have human commission for health workers. It's unfortunate that in the 2010 Constitution, they did not properly participate and they were not able to get that. But now, at hindsight, they have realized what TAC did, or I mean, NAT did. NAT insisted that TAC must be there, they must have their own commission, and that's why they survived, even if they are not doing very well presently as well. But when you have human service health commission for the members, then things will have worked out well, but unfortunately it did not happen. And even when the bill, they presented their presentations to the BBI Secretariat, when the bill which was brought to the House, it did not contain anything to do with Health Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, sir. So as a result, we have realized that the stakeholders submitted their views to the bill. I mean, this bill, every time you call the stakeholders, they always comment and talk about the Health Service Commission. However, since the establishment of the commission will offend the functional constitutional integrity of county governments, the same may only be achieved through a constitutional amendment. Since we are not able to do that, Mr. Speaker, we are thinking of that this bill is supposed to help the government, the inter-county government.
Senator Dr. Ali, it's now 6:30. When we resume, you'll have a balance of 52 minutes. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30, time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Wednesday, 6 October 2021 at 2:30.